Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals, as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter.
This week, we are recording live from Asheville Hospital for the Criminally Insane, discussing the 2010 psychological thriller, Shutter Island. This film was directed by Martin Scorsese with a screenplay by Lita Kalogridis based on the novel of the same name by Dennis Lehane. With references to historical atrocities set in a new dawn of psychological treatments, Shutter Island holds up a mirror to the human condition. Compelling characters brought to life by astounding performances, brilliant direction, and a story complete with several thought-provoking twists and turns anchor Shutter Island in high regard with many horror fans. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Kristen Lofton, Liam, Scott Troutman-Wise, and Beth Bauer. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Shutter Island the first time you saw it?
I can't remember the very first time I watched this, but I know you showed me this movie, babe.
Mm-hmm.
And watching it for the show, I will be honest, there was so much somehow that I just completely forgot.
Yeah.
Like, there was moments when I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, I do kind of. And then, like, I was like, oh, no, I don't remember any of this shit. But watching it, I was like, man, this is that. I will be honest. It comes to a part where it's just kind of confusing. Just watching it. And I'm like, what? But it does a really good job of not taking you out of what's going on, and it keeps it, for me anyway. It kept me invested in what I was seeing. And I know we do talk a lot about when we're having to stop and stuff for the show, it kind of hurting stuff. I didn't really feel that too much with this movie. I felt like even pausing it and taking notes or looking stuff up and coming back to it, I still came back to the, okay, where were we again? Okay, bet. And then just turning the movie on and still my mind picking right back up where I was at. The movie, everybody does a great job. Everything looks good. I would definitely recommend watching this movie to anybody. I'll be honest, I'd watch it again. I mean, this shit was great.
No, I completely agree. And I really feel like this is a film that demands a rewatch.
Yeah.
Yes.
For a variety of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time that I watched it, it must have been with you, Nay. I think it was when it came out.
Okay.
I can't remember if we actually went to the theater to see it.
I have no idea.
I don't know either. I'll have to look at my old tickets. But I remember really enjoying it. But it was one of those films that I don't think I grasped until I got older.
Okay.
And interestingly, Jules and I had been discussing this film somewhat recently. And then whenever you picked it for reasons that I'm sure you will explain.
Yeah.
I was really excited because it gave me another opportunity to dive into it and really explore all that this film is.
Yeah.
And so, as you had said, something that really is incredible about it is the level of these performances.
Yeah.
What everyone rises to and what is asked of them. And the surprising cast that shows up throughout the film.
Yeah.
Where you're just recognizing these faces and you're just like, and again, it's one of those things where you've seen it before. You're like, I completely forgot you were in this. And there's a certain actor who is incredibly underrated that shows up in a lot of films and does not get his flowers very often. That is Mr. John Carroll Lynch.
Yes.
Seeing him, dude, I was like, oh, you're going to be, I need to pay attention.
Yeah.
But I do think the performances are great. The film is just so many things. It is a psychological thriller. It is a drama. It is a tragedy. It is, in a lot of ways, and good that it is, a horror film. But it's filled with surrealism. There are nods to Gothic horror and German expressionism.
Yeah.
There are references I read from an interview with Scorsese to like Hitchcock and Kubrick and Fritz Lang and just all over the place. It is such, in its own way, and honestly, every film by Martin Scorsese is like a love letter to cinema.
Yeah.
As an art form, period. But it's just so well put together, the way that it's shot, the way that it's structured, the way that it's edited.
Yeah.
There are a lot of choices made that you're like, this is just brilliant work. And we'll probably talk about that a little more later, more specifically.
Yes.
But no, I think that this film is remarkable. I really enjoy the twist because it comes out of left field, but when you rewatch, it doesn't.
It does not.
And that,
those are the best twists.
Exactly. When you go back and you're like, you were planting seeds this entire time.
Yeah.
But I didn't know to pay attention. And so that's just expert craft.
Yeah.
And I can't say enough about the music chosen in the score. How it punctuates scenes so beautifully and dramatically. The cinematography, the production design is incredible.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, I am just excited to be talking about a Martin Scorsese film.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with both of y'all. To me, this film is just sheer brilliance. What you were alluding to earlier, it is my birthday pick for this year, in part because it's an opportunity to do a Scorsese film. And it's funny because this is a departure from what he typically does, but you still feel him so heavily in this film. But yeah, I don't fully remember the first time that I watched this. I think at this point I've seen it 4 or 5 times, but I give myself so much time in between watching it that there are so many aspects of it that I completely forget. I was really excited to pick this one because I usually wait till the very last minute to pick my birthday movie. I have trouble making decisions, making it concrete. Both of them are always like, what are you picking? What are you picking? I don't know. I picked this one earlier than I've ever picked my birthday movie before. And
Last week.
Yesterday. And I've been really excited to dig into it, but I wouldn't let myself watch it until it was time to prepare. And there were several aspects that I did not remember at all. There's something about the ending that I never clocked, and if I did, I don't remember clocking. And from what I remember of the ending, I took it in a completely different way this time. I can't wait to talk about it. But and that's the thing about the twist of this. It's completely there. That's what's so great about this is that you're rewarded on a rewatch. Knowing what's going on fully, it is like watching two completely different movies, and they're both phenomenal. And once you get to the ending where the rug is kind of pulled out from under you, it doesn't stop. Like there's the main twist, and then there's like these aftershocks of like, oh my God, like you're still throwing shit at me. It's just really incredible. And Dennis Lehane, and from what I understand, this is a really faithful adaptation of the novel. He also wrote Mystic River.
That's right.
Which I love. So I'm like, this dude. I'm like, God damn. So it not only comes down to a great story concocted by him, which we will kind of talk about his influences in a second, but it's just everything. The performances, it's like a stunning film. There are these moments, again, we keep touching on this year, of surrealism. I could just gush and ramble on and on and on. It's just incredible. But I did want to talk a little bit about how it kind of came to be, because like I said, this is not a typical genre for Scorsese.
No.
Yeah.
I saw an interview with Dennis Lehane. I think it was in one of the featurettes for the film. He was talking about starting Shutter Island in 2002 and was just feeling very confused and bitter about the state of the country at the time. And he was having trouble writing with any clarity at all. And basically he's like, well, if that's going to color this, let me try to think of a similar time in history. And it hit him, McCarthyism. So we settled on the year of 1954 to use kind of as a mirror holding up to, the current state at the time. But he said he was inspired by the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers and the Manchurian Candidate. And there it was. But that's where the book came from. So fast forward, and producer Bradley J. Fisher, who was currently producing Zodiac,
Really?
is at an airport. He sees Shutter Island, he buys it, he loves it, and is immediately obsessed with seeing it become a film. So he acquires the rights and contacts Lita Kalogridis because they had both worked on a film called Pathfinder, which I was not familiar with, so I looked it up, and it is starring one Carl Urban.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. But she loved the story and she took it as a challenge. So she comes back with the screenplay, super heavy on the suspense that's already in the novel. And it reminded the producers of kind of old school Hollywood films. So they knew that it would take a very skilled director to do this screenplay and the story justice. The very first person that Fisher thinks of is Martin Scorsese. But Scorsese is always fucking booked and busy. Plus, he had just won Best Director for The Departed. So he's like, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
But he sends him the screenplay anyway, assuming that it's going to be a long shot, except it wasn't. Scorsese said that he had a few projects of his own, but none of them were ready at that moment that he got the screenplay. He said that he had an early morning the next day, but he started reading the screenplay at like 10:30 at night and he could not put it down. So he was super passionate about it and jumped at the opportunity. And Fisher said that when Scorsese's agent called to tell him yes, Scorsese had said it reminded him of The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Expressionist.
Yes.
Okay.
But Scorsese said that this is the kind of movie that he likes to watch and the kind of story that he likes to read, but he hadn't attempted it himself. And I would say I think it is safe that it is a very successful attempt.
I would agree.
Plus, I'm sure he liked the runtime because all his movies are really long.
Yeah. He was like, we can probably...
He's like, can we throw another hour in there?
Now, before we treat this film, we would like to show a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's investigate. The film opens with tense music and the title in bold font against a black background, Shutter Island. The title fades out and we get text on screen that reads Boston Harbor Islands, 1954.
There's a piece of music used in this short opening sequence, and I don't know if it's supposed to be a clue or a sign of anything at all, but it's George Ligeti's Lenato, and it was also used in several places in Kubrick's The Shining.
Okay.
And so I don't know if it's kind of like this idea of, things not...
Right.
But I don't want to say.
Yeah, no, we'll talk about it later.
And this is the island where they're making the animal people, right?
No.
Are you sure?
I don't know why this keeps coming up.
It's every movie with an island.
Off mic, it's Dr. Moreau,
Yeah,
right?
Yes,
yeah, right.
no.
5-ass monkey. No, we
No,
don't
no,
have
no,
any of
no,
that.
I don't even think that was the movie.
No. But the screen is overtaken by white mist so thick that we can barely make out a ferry headed our way. On the ferry, Teddy Daniels, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, is vomiting into a sink. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes.
Insanely talented actor. I'm going to keep any other thoughts about his personal business to myself. But he is undeniably, I think, one of the greats,
Yeah.
period. When Fisher approached Scorsese, he said that he already had Leonardo DiCaprio in mind to be Teddy Daniels. And when Scorsese read it and signed on, he immediately wanted Leonardo DiCaprio. He said that the depth of Teddy Daniels is the main reason that he even wanted to make this movie, and that the older DiCaprio gets, the deeper he gets.
Okay.
I feel like every director has their person,
Right.
Oh, yeah.
and Scorsese had two with De Niro and
Yes.
now DiCaprio.
That's what I was gonna ask though. There's no De Niro here. There's no Pesci. There's no like
Yeah.
what?
Imagine, though. That'd
Yeah.
be like they're all patients.
That's who that should have been.
In all
Joe
fairness,
Pesci.
I could see De Niro playing a couple of people in this movie.
1,000%.
Yes.
Pesci, I don't know.
He on this fucking boat.
Yeah. It's like, okay. I don't know if this
Never
is going to
mind,
work.
never mind.
But Dennis Lehane was on set as well, and he said that Leonardo DiCaprio would ask him questions about Teddy Daniels that were so in depth that he didn't have answers for them.
Wow.
That's how deeply he wanted to embody this character.
Okay.
Well, he goes to a lot of places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it requires a lot of knowledge of who he is as a person.
Yes. But he raises his head, his face covered in sweat with a bandage over his left eyebrow, and he addresses his reflection, telling the man in the mirror to get himself together.
That bandage on his forehead
Mm-hmm.
looks like the results of some kind of scuffle. It is never really discussed. And then later you're like, oh.
Yeah.
And again, it's just these small little clues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This means nothing right
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Teddy stands, trying to gain control of himself, only to heave again. He looks out of the window at the churning waves, reminding himself that it's just water, before conceding that it's a lot of water. He turns back toward the sink and starts to retch again, before washing his face and chastising his reflection once again. But when he steps out of the room, his hand is resting cautiously on his stomach. He pulls on his jacket and puts on his hat as he takes unsteady steps to the railing overlooking the water. Waiting for him there is Chuck All, played by Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
An unsung hero of Hollywood, I think.
Oh yeah.
He gets flowers, not enough flowers.
now. No.
But Scorsese said that he had been wanting to work with Mark Ruffalo for a while because of his believability. And Mark Ruffalo was a huge fan of Leonardo DiCaprio and had always wanted to work with him.
Yeah.
And he said he's one of the hardest working actors that he's ever worked with ever.
Okay.
But he talked in that featurette about them all coming out here for 3 weeks, reading, rewriting, rehearsing, and just talking with Scorsese, with Dennis Lehane, with each other about their characters, about the story before they ever shot anything for 3 weeks.
Jeez.
So it feels like Scorsese has this climate of like trusting his actors, loving actors from what they said, and really wanting them to understand what they're doing so that they can kind of have the freedom to interpret who they're portraying.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, damn, because we hear so many stories about like, oh, they had like 30 seconds to fucking, but like 3 weeks to just really like steep in the situation and learn everything that you can. Like, clearly that's a way to do it because,
Yeah.
wow.
I did see an interview with Scorsese and the BBC where he was talking about how he screened certain films for certain people to give them their vibe to capture as the character they're portraying, and sometimes different vibes to capture in different portions of the film.
Okay.
So it's just very, very interesting and just shows how thorough.
Yeah.
And real quick, because I love Mark Ruffalo as well, because Mark Ruffalo, I'm sure, is a juggalo. It's in his name.
I was going to say because it rhymes.
It's
kind
in
of
his name.
But he was in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind in 04. He did Zodiac in 07.
Indeed.
That's for you, T.
Thank you.
He did The Avengers, started as Bruce Banner in 2012. Again, I love Thor Ragnarok. Love that movie. That was 2017. And he did Spotlight in 2015 that you showed me.
Yes.
Holy fuck, that movie.
Yeah. But he's incredible.
Yeah.
You saying that reminds me, and as we go through it, there's a lot of people from Zodiac in this movie.
Yeah.
And it makes me think of what you said in the intro about Brad Fisher, the producer.
Producing, yeah.
Okay.
It tracks.
Yeah.
But Teddy leans on the rail, unable to even stand up fully, prompting Chuck to ask, "You all right, boss?" Teddy tries to tell him that he's fine, but it's clear that he's not. He stammers out that he just doesn't like the water.
See, I thought it was more the motion sickness than it just being the water that's bothering him.
Right.
One would think, yes.
Right.
I have to say, I didn't really like the water either, but it was just visually because it didn't look...
Oh, man!
I mean, so I thought we were like, I'm
You're
on
like,
the
me
same...
too, dude, me too.
I did want to talk about it's the perfect jumping off point for the visual effects.
Yeah.
The people that they credited for the most part in the production notes is Rob Legato and Ron Ames.
Okay.
And they worked on The Aviator and The Departed for Scorsese.
Oh, nice.
And Legato actually won an Academy Award for his work with James Cameron on Titanic.
Damn.
Wow.
But Scorsese was talking about how a lot of their work was more about atmosphere because they're adding a lot of clouds to a lot of sunnier scenes and creating skyscapes to give this film its kind of grim and foreboding atmosphere.
Okay.
But there's also a lot of work later with cliffs. They did do the water work, as we're talking. I think it's just the motion. And there are those moments that do feel like, okay, they're definitely standing in front of a green screen right now. But I feel like maybe it's because you could argue that artifice is maybe a theme in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe excuse that away a little bit.
See, that's kind of what I did after a while, because it isn't like you're saying, T. There is very here and there parts where you can tell.
Yeah.
But that later on, I think that's kind of what I just kind of went to, is like, maybe it's what it's supposed to be.
Maybe.
I don't know.
It's funny because we were talking off mic earlier, and there are so many moments that you were pointing out that I was like, I must have just been fucking like suck the fuck, because I don't clock these things a lot of the time.
There are other parts that are absolutely seamless, and you would never guess that there was any CG work put in it at all.
Yeah.
But then there are sometimes that you're like, oh, well.
Not as much. But finally, Teddy's able to straighten up and look Chuck in the eye. He acknowledges the fact that Chuck is his new partner, and he reasons that this probably wasn't the best way for them to meet each other with his head halfway down the toilet. With a smile, Chuck admits that it doesn't exactly square with Teddy Daniels, the man, the legend. Teddy balks at this, asking what they're smoking over there in Portland, but Chuck corrects him. He's from the office in Seattle. Teddy asks how long he's worked for the Marshals, and Chuck tells him 4 years. Teddy reasons that Chuck knows how small it is then, and Chuck does. He changes the topic, though, to Teddy, asking if he's got a wife or a girlfriend, and Teddy admits that he did. In a quick flashback, we see his wife, Dolores, played by Michelle Williams. She's in a yellow floral dress, and she stands on her tiptoes to drape a pink tie adorned with fronds around Teddy's neck as he gets ready in front of a mirror. The record spins in the player as Dolores gazes at the reflection of the two of them with a warm smile. The waves interrupt, crashing loudly against the ferry, and we see Dolores one more time, her smile and loving gaze frozen like a snapshot. On first viewing, this moment was weirdly eerie to me The way that it's frozen like a photo. And it unnerved me, and I didn't really know why. And I think that this is such a small moment at the very beginning of the film that it's easy to forget. But once you understand everything and the sequences of events and, you know, the full story, it's really sad, and it's really symbolic of a lot of the film.
Yeah.
I just want to call out this like first conversation because for me, I just felt this, and I don't know if it's from the novel or from the screenwriter or from the way that Scorsese is directing it, but this very heavy vibe of film noir.
Yeah.
And it is so wonderful. It's one of my favorite like styles and eras of film.
Yeah.
And just the way that they're talking to each other. And maybe it might even be the cadence and accent as well.
Okay.
But it is fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that definitely helps.
Yeah.
It did.
You mentioning this moment and the way that it kind of freezes in the snapshot and sticks out, it made me really want to applaud the editor of the film, Thelma Schoonmaker. She is prolific in her editing work. She's actually won 3 Academy Awards working with Martin Scorsese.
Okay.
Damn.
If I recall, she started working with him on his first film, and then from Raging Bull, which she won an Academy Award for, and on every single film.
Wow.
Very nice.
It makes me think of how a lot of people talked about the late Sally Menke with Tarantino and being so instrumental in this fact that his films would not be what they are without her input. It's the same way with Thelma Schoonmaker and Martin Scorsese.
That really, there is a school of thought about a particular scene that pervades, that really fucking bothers me because it is a strange moment, and we will get to it, and I'm sure we'll talk at length about it after a certain point, but people regard it as an editing mistake.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
And it fucking pisses me off. But back on the ferry, Teddy tells Chuck that his wife died. Chuck tries to offer his condolences, but Teddy stops him. He explains that there was a fire in their apartment building when he was at work and 4 people died. He tells Chuck that it was the smoke that got Dolores, not the fire, and that's important. Placing a cigarette between his lips, Chuck offers, "I'm sorry, boss." Teddy searches for his own cigarettes in his coat, and when he can't find them, Chuck offers one of his own. Teddy is confused, positive that he had the cigarettes in his coat before he went into the bathroom. But Chuck dismisses this, saying that the government employees will just rob you blind. He gives Teddy a cigarette and lights it for him with his lighter. Teddy thanks him. As they smoke, Teddy asks if Chuck was briefed about the institution, but all Chuck knows is that it's a mental hospital. Teddy fills in the gap, though, for the criminally insane. Chuck says that if it wasn't that severe, they wouldn't be needed. They approach the island, the music turning dramatic and ominous, matching the crashing waves. The ferry captain, played by Matthew Coles, comes around the corner, and when Chuck asks if the island in the distance is where they're headed, the captain confirms that it is. He shares that the other side of the island is just rock bluffs all the way down to the edge of the water, so the dock is the only way on or off the island. He adds that they're casting off as soon as Teddy and Chuck are off the boat, and that he'd really appreciate it if they hurried up. When Teddy asks why, the captain indicates the sky. A storm is coming.
I don't like that. Let's just go back.
Yeah,
that's
we'll
fine.
do this another day.
Yeah.
Like,
Not the best.
no.
Conditions.
Well, and just the setup of like, this is the only way on or off.
It's that.
And as soon as we drop you off, we're fucking gone.
Yeah.
Like, we're leaving. So,
We're safe.
yeah. But you'll figure it out. You'll be fine. As Teddy gazes up at the clouds, the ferry approaches the dock, where 2 guards wait with crossed arms. Once Teddy and Chuck make it to the dock, the guards escort them to a car. There stands Deputy Warden McPherson, played by John Carroll Lynch.
So he is just such an underrated actor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And for me, the reason I like him so much in this film is he doesn't have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what he has, especially on a rewatch, you feel these little moments of choices for this character, why he's making them, and it's just so remarkable. It's like a performance under a performance.
Yes.
Yeah.
For a reason.
Mm-hmm.
I I think it's just his presence too.
Yeah.
It's just he doesn't, even if he was like, hello, how are you doing? It's like, I don't know. You're going to beat me up, aren't you?
Something. I remember us talking about that in way back when we did The Invitation.
Yes.
Where it's like he's such a like complex actor that it's not, you're like, what is it about this? Like every character that he plays, what is going on? You know what I mean?
And you don't realize, you're like, no, he could kick all our asses.
Oh, absolutely.
And it takes certain scenes, and like it was the same thing in Zodiac where you're like, oh, he is more menacing than
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Isn't he? He's the Zodiac, right?
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah. Oh, no, he was the Zodiac.
John Carroll Lynch was the Zodiac.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because my earliest memory of him is playing Drew Carey's brother on the Drew Carey show.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. He's so versatile.
Mm-hmm.
But McPherson looks at the marshal's badge hanging from Teddy's belt and muses dryly with a puff of his cigar that he's never seen one of those before. He shakes Teddy and Chuck's hands and welcomes them to Shutter Island. Roll credits. He introduces himself and informs them that he's the one that will be taking them up to Ashcliff. As they climb in the back of his vehicle, Teddy takes a look around to find that all the guards are staring at him and Chuck coldly, many of them with their firearms in hand and at the ready. Another one sneers at him before settling behind the driver's seat. Teddy sits behind them with Chuck, mentioning to the warden that his men seem a little on edge. But sticking his cigar between his lips, McPherson informs him that right now, they all are.
We probably shouldn't have taken this case. I don't know what we're doing here, but maybe not.
I know that you said welcome to Shutter Island, but I don't feel very welcome.
Yeah.
The dark score mounts once again as the vehicle drives down the road, passing a cemetery whose sign bears the words, "Remember us, for we too have lived, loved, and laughed." Teddy stares at the sentiment as they continue to drive past the high barbed walls of the facility. Keeping his voice low, Teddy informs Chuck that the perimeter is electrified, and when Chuck asks how he knows this, Teddy only tells him that he's seen something like it before.
Yeah.
The ride continues, right up to the big doors that guards open for their entry. Inside, another set of guards stand in front of a large black gate and make no move to open it until McPherson stands and tells them to. Once on the grounds of Ashcliff Hospital, McPherson promises them all the help they need, but their entry is contingent upon them following protocol. Teddy and Chuck agree to this, and McPherson gets down to business. He points to the red brick building to their right, Ward A, the male ward. As he describes it, our view snaps in that direction. Contrarily, the female ward, Ward B, is to their left, and we snap to look at this as well. Our view snaps toward C, a foreboding large gray building on the bluffs. McPherson describes the building as an old Civil War fort and reveals that the most dangerous patients are kept there. He tells Teddy and Chuck that entrance toward C is strictly forbidden without both the written permission and the physical accompaniment of both himself and one Dr. Cawley. That's a lot.
Yeah.
When he asks seriously if they understand that, Teddy points out that he acts like insanity is catching. McPherson can't help but chuckle at this before moving on to the next rule. They're required to surrender their firearms now. After exchanging a glance with Chuck, Teddy counters that they are duly appointed federal marshals. They're required to carry their firearms everywhere. But McPherson was ready for this. He cites Executive Order 319 of the Federal Code of Penitentiaries. When inside the penitentiary, those officers are given final authority. With nothing to say for defense, Teddy lets out a deep sigh, and when McPherson puts it simply that neither he nor Chuck are getting inside with those firearms, he reluctantly pulls his gun from his hip and hands it over. Chuck fumbles while trying to remove his, and everyone waits awkwardly while he pulls the entire holster off his hip and hands it over to McPherson. Teddy eyes him suspiciously, but says nothing.
Well, he's only been doing this for 4 years.
Yeah.
Only 4 years. I mean, there's a learning curve.
Yeah, maybe John Carroll Lynch made him nervous.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a presence.
It's like, oh shit, is that the Zodiac?
Yeah, fuck. His hands are shaking.
Now that we've gotten onto Shutter Island and have kind of explored a little bit of Ashcliff, I really want to talk about the production design of this film. The production designer is a guy called Dante Ferretti, and he's actually a 3-time Oscar winner.
Okay.
Damn.
He's worked with Scorsese 9 times.
Damn.
And he won 2 Oscars with Scorsese for Hugo and The Aviator. And the 3rd Oscar he won was for Sweeney Todd.
Yes.
He was also the production designer on Interview with the Vampire,
Damn.
Really?
which had incredible production design. But the interesting thing is that, like you had talked about, whenever they had brought everyone out and were kind of showing and talking and kind of getting everything in order, he kind of did the same thing similarly with Ferretti and the cinematographer Robert Richardson. But he took them out location scouting, trying to find the perfect atmosphere for what he was looking for and trying to capture. He gave them a long list of references, of films, and of movements in cinema that he was trying to capture through all of this work.
Okay.
And so, to match the logistics and the feel of what Scorsese was looking for, they settled on Petix Island, which was about 100 miles outside of Boston. This is what we see when they arrive on the ferry. It's an actual island.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And there are other sections of the film where there are cliff sides that are, and again, we were talking about visual effects earlier, where a lot of that work is added in from other places, and I'll get to that later. It's kind of wild what they did there.
Oh.
Right.
But this hospital. So they had spoken about it in the production notes, that our understanding of what we think of when it comes to a psychiatric hospital, especially in this era, is Gothic brick architecture, these sprawling grounds, and it's really down to the designs of one Thomas Kirkbride. That name
Yep.
is probably very familiar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we spoke about Thomas Kirkbride on episode 201, session 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through your research.
Yeah.
And interestingly, Danvers, which was the hospital that was used in Session 9, was designed and built according to what was called the Kirkbride Plan.
Okay.
And these were really large hospitals, Gothic in architecture, and it was supposed to kind of give a feel to it to kind of inspire the patients towards a certain, like, penitence in a way. They were very similar looking to cathedrals. But the majority of these Kirkbride Plan hospitals, and I believe Danvers is in the same area, it's in the Northeast, but most of them have either been closed, renovated, remodeled, abandoned, or demolished.
Okay.
And so in their search for the perfect hospital for Shutter Island to become Ashcliffe, they found a place called Medfield State Hospital, which was abandoned. It's actually closed in the 1960s, and it was not one of Kirkbride's personal designs, but they borrowed somewhat from his aesthetic and his ideas. But it was Ferretti who took more of Kirkbride's ideas and implanted them in what was already there.
Okay.
He actually used Kirkbride's blueprints in his designs for the production design.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And so he built these miniature sets for Scorsese and Richardson to kind of map out the scenes and the blocking that they would need. But what we see whenever they enter, this big gate that kind of opens up for them, that was completely made by the production.
Wow.
So there's a lot of things that are just used simply from what was already there.
Yeah.
And then a lot of things that are augmented or kind of created to give that Gothic look that Scorsese was looking for. He had said that they even created the lawn out front.
Okay.
And they redesigned every single one of the interiors of all the buildings. He said that about 60% of what you see in this film of this hospital is completely from scratch.
That's
Damn.
crazy.
That's really cool.
It's incredible work.
I was going to say they did an excellent job.
Yeah. There's even a scene later that reminded me of where I was, and I had spent some time at USP Leavenworth, and that I believe they opened in 1875. And yeah, and there's still part of the old building from before the train tracks when they would bring prisoners in and out, and like you don't really go to that area, or you wouldn't very much unless you worked Unicor, but you could see it from the hole, and like it's still there, and they just built a wall over where the gates used to be. And it's like, damn, how old is this place? And learning about it, I was like, holy fuck.
That's wild.
And a lot of this looks like that old architecture. And I was like, damn, they did a fucking fantastic job.
They did. There was something else as well they had mentioned in this article in Variety, and I thought it was just very sweet. But the set decorator for the film was Francesca Lo Schiavo, who is not only Ferretti's collaborator, but his wife.
Oh,
Okay.
And she was very, very particular in trying to make sure that the interiors matched the period detail of the exteriors.
Okay.
And again, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes. But with all the official business out of the way, McPherson invites them inside so they can go find Dr. Cawley. Once they properly enter the grounds and make their way up to the main building, a man with a rake in his hand smiles brightly and waves at Teddy. Teddy gives him a nod back while his gaze sinks down to the man's shackled ankles.
I think so many, again, and we're going to probably call out so many small, tiny moments.
Yeah.
But moments like this are, again, so easily explained away the first time you watch it.
Yeah.
But on the rewatch, you understand completely, even that small wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's two different films. Like, it's two for the price of one.
Yeah.
His notepad in his hand, he asks McPherson when the prisoner escaped, but the warden says that it's protocol for Dr. Cawley to be the one to fill him in. Teddy points out that correctional officers at a mental institution is a strange sight, but McPherson says this is the only facility of its kind in the United States, or even in the world. As a patient scowls at them from amongst a cluster of flower bushes, McPherson continues that they take the most dangerous and damaged patients, the ones that no other hospital can manage. It's all due to Dr. Cawley because he's created something unique, a place to help people that have been deemed beyond treatment. A patient and an orderly eye Teddy, but McPherson's voice fades away when Teddy notices a woman looking at him. The manacled woman, played by Jill Larson, with her scalp visible beneath her sparse hair and her irises impossibly large. She looks directly into his eyes while she brings a finger to her lips and lets out a low shh.
You got it, boss.
Yeah,
I
whatever
mean,
you say.
I was just surprised to see Jill Larson.
Yes!
Yeah.
We talked about her a little while back, taking of Deborah Logan.
Yes!
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, because I remembered this moment, but I did not even put together that that was her.
Well, it looks like Deborah Logan.
It does!
And the shush.
Yeah. Behind her, a guard stares at Teddy and an orderly crosses his arms coldly while he looks at him. Teddy still follows Chuck and McPherson, but the manacled woman shakes her head, grinning to reveal dingy teeth and a scar around her throat. In the main building, Teddy and Chuck have to show their IDs and badges at a table while the doors are closed and locked behind them. McPherson says that Cawley has been consulted many times by Scotland Yard, but Teddy is distracted by a nurse looking at him nervously from behind a desk where an officer sits. Finally, as they head further into the building after the security check, Teddy asks what intelligence agencies want to consult a psychiatrist about, but McPherson offers that Teddy will just have to ask Cawley about that.
That is so indicative of the time when you think about it, because it's like, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
To us.
The fact that it's shocking, it's like, really?
Yeah.
A button is pushed and a red light is activated above a sign reading restricted area, authorized personnel only. The buzzer sounds and Teddy and Chuck robotically present their IDs. They are finally inside the doctor's office where Dr. John Cawley, played by Ben Kingsley, greets them warmly.
I was very surprised because I remember him and I know he's done more stuff, but Trevor Slattery from Iron Man 3.
Yes.
He's the hired actor to portray the leader of the 10 Rings gang.
Yeah. And again, when I saw him in that, I was floored.
Yeah.
Like, Ben Kingsley.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, he just brings, is the term gravitas
Yes.
to every single thing that he's a part of.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't he a sir?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Sir Ben Kingsley.
Yes. Apologize.
Yes, I'm very sorry. But he thanks McPherson and promptly dismisses him, and with a wry smile, McPherson leaves. As soon as he's out of sight, Chuck tells the doctor that McPherson had a lot to say about him. As he leads the marshals over to his desk, Cawley surmises that McPherson is a good man who believes in what they do here. Looking over framed photos on the walls, Teddy asks what exactly it is that they do here, and Cawley answers quickly, a moral fusion between law and order and clinical care. Distracted by a framed depiction of a man sitting in a chair with a strangely shaped box over the top half of his face, Teddy maintains that he doesn't know what any of that means. His gaze lingers on the drawing before moving on to a man crawling animalistically, another of a patient left in the darkness of a cell, while a man on the outside covers his eyes in disdain.
I did look up about that painting of the animalistic man.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a painting called Nebuchadnezzar by William Blake,
Mm-hmm.
and it is meant to depict the madness experienced by Nebuchadnezzar in a Bible story.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
No,
I recall the ship from The Matrix.
That's exactly
That's what I was going to say.
But yeah, so it's, again, the idea of madness.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there you go. But I'm very intrigued by that first picture, though.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's from.
No.
Yeah.
But Collie sidles up to him and says that these depictions are the way things used to be. Patients were left in the dark in their own filth. They were beaten, as if that could drive the psychosis away from them. Screws were drilled into their brains, and they were submerged in ice water until they passed out or drowned. But now, these people are treated and healed. And if they can't do that, they can at least give them comfort and calm. Teddy turns to Collie, pointing out that these are all violent offenders who have hurt or even murdered people, and Collie concedes that in almost every case that's true. To this, with all due respect, Teddy says, screw their sense of calm. Chuck just watches quietly, but the doctor defends his position. It is not his place to judge. It's his job to treat the patients, not their victims. Teddy changes the subject to the matter at hand, but when he refers to the missing woman as a prisoner, Collie corrects him. Patient, not prisoner. Teddy continues. The patient, Rachel Solando, escaped in the last 24 hours, but Collie narrows it down further. It was last night between 10 and midnight. Chuck asks if the patient is considered dangerous, and Collie reasons that you could say that. She drowned all 3 of her children in the lake behind her house. Teddy looks between Collie and Chuck, disturbed by the picture that Collie paints. Rachel Solando took each of her children out to the lake, one by one, and drowned them. Then she brought them back inside and arranged them around the kitchen table. Before her neighbors stopped by, she had even eaten a meal there. Teddy asks about her husband, but Collie says that her husband died on the beaches of Normandy. Rachel is a war widow. After rifling through papers, Collie presents photos of Rachel, played by Emily Mortimer, when she was first brought here.
I know Emily Mortimer has been in a lot of things, but we have discussed her before because she played Angelina Tyler in Scream 3.
Yes, she did. And she was hilarious.
Yes.
But Collie says that at that time, Rachel had starved herself and insisted that her children were still alive. Teddy looks intently at the photo of Rachel Solando, her gaunt face staring straight at the camera. He winces as he's hit with images, memories, crisp white snow falling upon frozen frail bodies stacked on top of each other in the senseless devastation of Dachau. Squinting his eyes against the brightness of the office, Teddy asks Collie for aspirin. He pulls off his hat and finally sits down. Collie asks if he's prone to headaches, and Teddy admits that he is sometimes, but today it's more about seasickness. Collie diagnoses the problem to be dehydration, and when Chuck quietly asks Teddy if he's all right, he says that he is. The doctor brings him a cup of medicine with some water to wash it down with. He resumes his story. Rachel still believes that her children are alive, and she also believes that the hospital is her home in the Berkshires. Teddy laughs at this, but Collie is serious. Never once in the 2 years that Rachel has been here has she acknowledged that she's in an institution. She thinks the staff here are delivery men, milkmen, mailmen. To maintain the delusion that her children are still alive, she's created a complex story in her mind and assigned the staff roles to play as a part of her fiction.
Interesting. One thing I will say is we obviously, everything will be revealed,
Yeah.
but some people get a little too cute.
Yeah.
I'm ready to. I want to talk about. We'll talk about it.
I understand the intention, especially later on, where it's almost like a little like a thread.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like you're smirking when people aren't looking.
Yeah.
But Teddy nods, understanding and no longer laughing. He asks if they've searched the grounds for Rachel, and Colley assures him that McPherson and his crew scoured the island. There's no trace of her. And even more disturbing, they don't know how she got out of her room. It was locked from the outside and her windows are barred. Teddy casts an uneasy look at Chuck as Colley adds, it's as if she's evaporated straight through the walls.
So it almost, not knowing at this point where things are going, you're like, are we delving into supernatural?
My thought was somebody helped her. One of these, somebody that I've met thus far or that I'm going to meet has murdered this woman or taken this woman, or because the whole locked from the, it's like one of the two. It's an inside job or it's supernatural. From this moment, there's no other. That's it.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Was like, it's like, are you trying to cover something up, or did what? That sounds weird.
Orderly Ganton, played by Raymond Anthony Thomas, leads the marshals and Dr. Colley to Rachel's empty room. He tells them that he brought her back here after group and locked her in, but when he came back for midnight rounds, she was gone. He steps out of the way so they can take a look around, but Teddy is still hung up on something. He asks Colley how it's possible that the truth never got through to her. Being in a mental institution just feels like something she'd notice from time to time. Chuck interrupts, looking into Rachel's small wardrobe. He asks how many shoes the patients are each given, and Colley answers him, 2, before turning his attention back to Teddy. He says that sanity is not a choice. You can't just choose to get over it. Chuck comes out of the closet holding both pairs of Rachel's assigned shoes. He ponders rhetorically if she left here barefoot. He answers himself. She wouldn't get 10 yards in the terrain outside. Meanwhile, Teddy is peering behind Rachel's cot. He spots a loose tile in the floor and peels it up, revealing a small folded scrap of paper. Eyeing Chuck, he unfolds it, and written across the scrap in black ink and capital letters is the message: the law of 4. Who is 67?
So as Teddy and Chuck, from the perspective we have right now,
Yeah.
do you feel like this clue is just so easy to find that you're like, why wouldn't they look under her bed? I would be so like, what is happening?
Yeah, that was kind of my thing, was like, and my note is, I feel like there's something that's not being told here to us. Like you said, coming from Ted and Chuck's perspective.
Yeah.
If I'm following these two cops and this is what are the marshals and this is what it is, it does almost feel like, was I supposed to find that?
It's so easy.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though, is in my mind, again, watching it with blind eyes, essentially, you guys didn't even look because you already know what happened to her. That's what I would think.
Yeah.
Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because when we got here, I'm getting the vibe that nobody fucking wants us here because you all know what happened.
There is one moment. There's one moment that is coming up with the deputy warden.
Yeah.
That is, to me, my point where I was like, oh, they're all in on something.
Okay.
It's very funny to me.
And reading this note, my first thought was, wake up, number 37.
Yes.
Looking over Teddy's shoulder, Colley tells him that this is definitely Rachel's handwriting, but he has no idea what she means about the law of 4. Teddy asks if it's a psychiatric term, but Colley says definitively that it's not. Glancing at Teddy, Chuck asks, who is 67? Before summing it up with the fuck if I know, which Colley agrees is close to his clinical conclusion as well. Teddy asks if he thinks it's random scribblings, but Colley doesn't think that at all. He insists that Rachel is very smart and the paper could prove useful. But when he moves to take it from Teddy's hand, Teddy pulls it back out of his reach. He informs the doctor that he and Chuck are going to have to hold on to it. Colley leads the marshals into a common room where orderlies stand around tables of patients smoking cigarettes and playing cards. He explains that after lights out, a lot of the orderlies play cards in here. Over by the stairs, there were 7 of them last night playing stud poker, and Rachel would have had to have snuck past them. Teddy looks at Colley disapprovingly. As a patient stands and croons out the word "why" in an anguished tone, Chuck asks if Rachel turned invisible. Teddy tells Colley that he and Chuck are going to need access to the personnel files of the entire medical staff, anyone who was working. Collie tells him coolly that they'll take his request under consideration, which is appalling.
Yeah.
Aren't you trying to find?
Yeah. But Teddy makes it clear that it's not a request. He starts to detail the situation, a federal facility where a dangerous patient is missing. But Collie interrupts that he'll see what he can do.
Before we leave this room, I just have to call out how beautiful this set design is. Those glass windows, like that glass tile.
Yeah.
It is so of its time, the specific era that they're evoking, and it is gorgeous.
Yeah. But Collie starts to walk away until Teddy stops him. He tells the doctor that they're going to have to speak with the staff. With no other recourse, the doctor concedes that he'll assemble them in the common room after dinner. Suddenly, we are gliding over the rocky bluffs where the search continues. In a clipped tone, Collie invites Teddy to join Deputy Warden McPherson if he has any further questions. He seems to have done just this as we see him walking carefully on the jagged platform overlooking the search below. As Chuck and McPherson follow behind him, Teddy notices that many of the men seem to be taking a break, sitting sullenly or busying themselves with just tossing rocks into the water below.
Again.
Yeah.
Search does not seem very active, very intense, very urgent, none of that. They back away from the edge, McPherson offering that the water is freezing and it's 11 miles to the nearest land. With the tide pushing in and the strong current last night, if she was in the water, Rachel would have drowned or been crushed on the rocks and her body would have washed back up on shore. We pan over to more giant rocky clusters where the waves crash. Teddy asks about the caves down there and if they've been searched, but McPherson is certain that there's no way Rachel made it there. As we glide up the cliff face housing the yawning cave, McPherson shares that the cliffs are covered in poison ivy, live oak, and sumac. He notes that the plants are gigantic with thorns the size of his dick.
A little decorum. I don't know why you had to say that.
A little dick corum.
All right, don't ruin this.
Don't ruin that.
It's all I've got.
I'm getting 2 emails now.
That's the sound of it being sent.
No, I got it. Who did that?
I don't know.
He reminds the marshals that they said themselves she didn't even have shoes. When they don't reply, McPherson calls out to his men to check the other side. On the other side, they are met with the foreboding lighthouse. McPherson assures Teddy that it's already been searched, but Teddy still jots down notes. He asks if they keep more patients in there, but McPherson tells him that it's a sewage treatment facility. He tells Teddy and Chuck that it will be dark soon, and he's calling off the search for tonight, and so he does, as Teddy looks up at the crows flying past the tall lighthouse.
So there are a few moments here that really stuck out to me. One that made me laugh out loud because we're looking at this giant lighthouse on the cliff's edge, and Teddy has the audacity to say, "What's that tower?" So they're like, "The lighthouse?"
That's why he's like, "Oh,
It was odd.
It's used for so." I was like, "It's a fucking lighthouse."
Yeah, it's the most lighthousey lighthouse I've ever seen in my life. I did want, firstly, before I go on to what I was talking about earlier with the deputy warden, this lighthouse, I read in Variety, they built a 20-foot base for this lighthouse, and the lighthouse itself is a combination of miniature and CG.
Shut the fuck up.
And it's the same with Ward C. Whenever they were giving the tour, Ward C was not real. It did not exist in the real
All
world.
right.
Wow.
I thought this was the lighthouse that starred in, what was it, The Ring? Or
Starred?
It got first billing, I guess.
No, it had audition. No.
But this, whenever he's like, "Hey, what's that over there?" Jokes aside, and he's like, "Oh, we've searched that already. And actually, it's going to rain. We're going to call off the search."
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
And that's when I'm starting to feel like, okay, there's something seriously going on underneath the surface. The wardens are in on it. The staff is in on it.
Yeah.
And it's just starting to grow, this conspiracy.
And even the doctor, when he's like, "We're going to need to look at the files." Well, maybe. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why is nobody being cooperative?
Yeah.
And even when you're like being cooperative, you're not being cooperative.
And since when is rain like a problem for searching? Like, what are you, the witch from the Wizard of Oz? Get out there.
Like, we're going to
We
melt.
got a missing patient, dude.
In the common room that night, the patients are gone, and Collie sits by as Teddy and Chuck interview orderlies and nurses. When asked if he was the one watching the landing, Orderly Ganton says that he was, and that no one could have gotten in or out of their room without him seeing it. At his desk behind them, Collie makes a note. Holding his own notebook, Chuck asks who else Rachel would have had to get past to get down here. Garnes points across the group to a man sitting quietly. Glenn Miga, played by Joseph Sikora, reluctantly raises his hand and introduces himself. He tells them that he didn't see anything. Teddy asks if he was at his post all night, and when Glenn says that he was and reiterates that he didn't see anything, he is shifty and unable to maintain eye contact.
I was trying to place where I've seen this guy before, and he was on a couple of seasons of Ozark.
Oh!
Okay.
And so if he looks familiar, and this is a very small role,
Yeah.
but it's also 2010,
Yeah.
but it was just very surprising.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly, Teddy is on his feet and Chuck has moved next to Glenn. As Teddy addresses him, the rest of the staff seems uneasy. He tells Glenn firmly to tell the truth. Glenn finally admits that maybe he went to the bathroom. Collie is incensed and tells Glenn that he broke protocol. He slams his pen down, but Glenn is positive that he wasn't gone for more than a minute. Teddy tries to regain control of the room by starting back at the beginning. Rachel Solando was put in her room for lights out, but he asks if anyone knows what she was doing before that. He's met with blank stares, drags on cigarettes, a nurse filing her nails. When he asks again, Nurse Marino, played by Nellie Shudo, finally speaks up. Rachel was in a group therapy session. Teddy asks if anything unusual occurred, and Nurse Marino asks him to define unusual. She reminds him that they're in a mental institution for the criminally insane. Usual isn't a big part of the day. The staff chuckles at this.
Yeah.
And Teddy takes the opportunity to rephrase his question. Did anything happen in group therapy that was more memorable than normal? With an apology, Nurse Marino says no, but she does share that Rachel was worried about the rain and that she complained constantly about the food, last night included. Teddy asks if there was a doctor present at group, and the nurse says that there was. Rachel's primary doctor, Dr. Sheehan, was running the therapy session. Teddy turns to Collie and, of course, tells him that they're going to need to speak with Dr. Sheehan, but Collie informs him that it won't be possible. He left on the ferry this morning for a vacation that he'd already planned and put off for too long. If that's not the most suspicious thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
There's no extenuating circumstances.
No. Chuck is in disbelief, confirming the facts at hand that they're in a lockdown, they have a missing patient, and Collie let her primary doctor leave on vacation. Collie answers, of course, he's a doctor.
The timing of it, though.
Yeah.
The nurses and orderlies giggle at this, but visibly annoyed. Teddy asks if there's a phone number for where Dr. Sheehan is going. In this scene, and I have much more to say about it later, all of the staff, the nurses and the orderlies, they all seem kind of annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And Scorsese talked about how important their reactions and their demeanors were in the scene. So he spent 2 nights filming reaction shots. And he told them after a certain point, portray how annoyed you feel with me right now, making you do this over and over again.
Whoa.
Just let that come through.
You got it, boss.
Yeah.
I did think this was a little crazy, like trying to interview everybody in one room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Look, we were running out of time. Let's try to whatever. But I feel like that you're not going to get certain answers because they all work together. They all know each other.
Yeah, and what if I knew you did it and I got to sit right next to you and be like, I don't fucking know anything.
Yeah.
I had to pee, I guess.
And I mean, that kind of lends to this feeling of nervousness that you get from a lot of them.
Yeah.
But the thing is of course, the real reasons that we'll discover.
Right.
There are just so many explanations for everything that we see.
Yeah.
And it's just so well crafted.
Yeah.
Down at the switchboard, Teddy, Chuck, and Collie watch as the operator, played by Joseph P. Reedy, tries to connect a call. Finally, he tells Teddy that it's not happening. The storm is hitting the mainland like a hammer and the call can't be placed. Colley tells him that if he's able to make the connection, he is to get him immediately because the marshals have an important call to make. Teddy looks at the operator suspiciously before the three of them leave the room.
Again, this, I'm like, I don't know how to feel. I feel like I'm in danger.
Yes.
I'm like, what do you mean there's no communication? I can't get off. I can't get a hold of anybody outside. What the fuck's happening?
We've been here for a handful of hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We've already been told there is no way off of this island and you can't even contact somebody on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have to keep the switchboard in the scariest room in the...
Yeah, no shit. Where even was that?
Yeah, I got a headset on, my back's turned. This is not optimal. This is not good.
They step outside into the pouring rain. Colley tells them regretfully that he's got rounds to make, but he'll be at his house at 9 for drinks and a cigar if they want to join him. Teddy asks if they'll be able to talk then, but Dr. Colley gives pause. He tells him, "We have been talking, Marshall." The storm continues to rage as lightning illuminates the dark sky.
This pushback is very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you have been talking,
Yeah.
but
You haven't been fucking saying anything.
no.
It did raise my eyebrows. I was like, what does that mean?
Later, in Colley's opulent home, Chuck muses with respectful envy that he may have gotten into the wrong line of public service. But Colley tells him that the space is a bit overwhelming as it was constructed during World War II at the same time as the housing ward C. Teddy looks around nervously, eyeing a record that spins in its player and fills the room with classical music.
So they do a really good job of marrying a lot of different locations.
Mm-hmm.
This opulent home,
Mansion?
yeah, it is not at all on these grounds anywhere near it. It is actually Turner Hill Golf Club in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
Wow!
But it fits in with the time. It fits in with everything.
Yeah. It looks really, really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Colley continues that this was the original commander's housing, and when the government got the bill, the commander was court-martialed. Teddy agrees that he can see why, but Chuck points out the music. He asks if it's Brahms, but stopping in his tracks as they follow the doctor further into his home, Teddy tells him that he's wrong. Suddenly, he's hit with the vision of sick and stricken prisoners at Dachau, standing in their striped uniforms behind barbed wire while snow falls gently upon them. Now, standing in the warm luxury of Dr. Colley's home, Teddy corrects Chuck. It's Mahler.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the music selections in this film, and specifically this composition in just a minute. But the music supervisor for the film is a guy called Robbie Robertson. And he worked on and off for, honestly, the majority of Scorsese's films since they met in 1978.
Oh, damn.
He was a member of the band, if you've heard of the band.
Mm-hmm.
He was in a film by Martin Scorsese called The Last Waltz, where he chronicled and profiled the band in their last performance.
Oh.
All right.
But ever since then, even, I mean, like Raging Bull, like on and on and on. And he's given different credits as like a music supervisor, a music consultant, or a music producer, depending on what is needed for the film. But Scorsese asked him to take contemporary composers of the era in this film, as well as some popular songs of the era, to kind of create a tapestry or a wall of sound to capture the emotions of the characters for any given moment. And there's some stuff that is not even from the era either that kind of works its way in interesting ways.
Okay.
But all of the music in this film is either gathered or cultivated by Robbie Robertson.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
But this composition by Mahler is very interesting because Gustav Mahler was a Jewish composer from Austria, and he actually died in 1911. And his music didn't really gain prominence until after his death, number one, and number two, after the World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently his music was banned in Nazi Germany during the reign of the Third Reich.
Damn.
Oh.
And so I had read this article in WQXR. It was an editorial, and the writer, James Bennett II, kind of posited why Scorsese might use this composition in this film. And he had said that Mahler's work, I guess he did some chamber music whenever he was studying in school, and a lot of it is lost to time. And this is one of the very few compositions that wasn't lost to time. But the difficulty is that it's only a single movement, and so it's incomplete. And so he had posited that maybe the use of this incomplete work is kind of a hint at the theme of fragmented memory.
Oh,
all right.
And I was like, that's incredible.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I would just like to add that one of my favorite pieces in Old Boy is named after the last waltz.
Really? That's right. Yeah.
That's all.
No, that's good. That's great work.
But from behind a chair, a boisterous voice commends Teddy for being right. As they make their way to face its owner, Collie introduces his colleague, Dr. Jeremiah Naring, played by Max von Sydow.
I swear.
Yeah.
So surprised to see him here.
Yes!
Leland Gaunt, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Or?
Father Marin.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that movie a little bit more.
I will say, seeing him in films where he has reached this age, it is remarkable the makeup work that they did in The Exorcist.
Yes.
Because I always thought that he was this age.
Yes.
No shit.
And then to see him now, you're like, oh, you look just like you did.
It's
incredible.
looking into the future, honestly.
Yeah.
But cradling his drink next to the fireplace, Naring names the song, Quartet for Piano and Strings in A minor. This scene is very tense and very important, so I'm not going to say in A minor. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say what he said.
I feel like you found a workaround.
I don't think so. I'm
Okay.
just telling you what I'm not going to do.
That's very
You're not
tactful.
going to do what again?
Say A minor.
right.
And I'm definitely not going to say they not like us. I'm not going to do all
I
of that.
appreciate your tact.
Thank you. I was hoping that you guys would appreciate that because this
Yeah.
is really important.
You're a true hero.
Collie asks for their drink orders and Chuck asks for rye, but Teddy sticks to soda and ice. Naring comments that he's surprised Teddy doesn't drink. When Teddy doesn't respond to this, Naring asks if it isn't common for men in his profession to imbibe. Teddy remarks that it's common enough and turns the question back around on the doctor, proposing that the psychiatric profession is full of drunks. I was like, okay, this is not conducive. It's not productive. Collie chuckles at this, but Naring tells him that he hasn't noticed that. Indicating the glass in the doctor's hands, Teddy asks if that's iced tea in there. Collie laughs even harder at this, and Naring commends Teddy on his outstanding defense mechanisms. He assumes that the marshal must be adept at interrogations. As Mahler continues to play, Teddy sees an office, clean, warm, and decorated with the framed painting of Adolf Hitler. Papers fall from the ceiling like rain and fill the air in the room. Now, Teddy looks at the doctor with a restrained disgust as Naring tells him that men like him are his specialty, men of violence. Chuck speaks up, telling the doctor that that's quite an assumption to make, but Naring maintains that it's not an assumption at all. They are men of violence. He never said they were violent men. That's something else entirely. Setting down his soda, Teddy invites the doctor to educate them. After a moment, Naring asks if it's true that they both served overseas, but Chuck tells him that that's not much of a stretch. They could have been paper pushers over there. But with certainty, Naring replies, "No, you were not." Back in that office, the papers swirl in the air before landing in a pool of crimson blood on the floor where the red blooms, extinguishing the white paper. On the wall, a painting of a nude and unimpressed woman looks on as the papers continue to fall, and the record player showcasing Mahler continues to spin and play. A Nazi lies on the floor, the owner of the pool of blood, downed and twitching from a gunshot wound. The dying commandant, played by Lars Gerhard, clings to life as American soldiers rip his office apart, tossing the unneeded pages in the air where they rain down on him in superfluous sheets. As they fall around him, Teddy steps into the Nazi's view, looking down at him with simmering hatred. Back in Collie's home, Naring presumes that neither Teddy nor Chuck have backed down from a fight since the schoolyard, not because they enjoyed it, but because retreat isn't an option for them. Teddy looks thoughtful, but glancing over at an unhappy collie, Chuck says that they just weren't raised to run. Naring grabs onto this, asking Teddy who raised him, and so Teddy tells him, wolves. Collie and Naring both laugh heartily at this, and Naring commends his defense mechanisms again.
I feel like I'm being interviewed or something. I don't know what, like...
The temperature in this room, the tension in this room, because meeting this doctor, he seems... I don't know.
It kind of seems like he came out of nowhere, and then it was like, did you just appear there? What the fuck?
Well, the way he's hidden behind the chair, and then he's like analyzing him and fucking, it's weirdly hostile and like personal.
Yeah.
In it, I honestly, like, I understand Naring is a professional, but he is coming at this in such a way that him meeting Teddy right now, I don't think you can make this quick of an assessment.
No.
But he is so...
Certain?
He knows Teddy's number.
Yeah.
And he's really showing off.
and like toying with him.
Yes.
In that office in Teddy's memory, he looks down at the commandant's bloody face, at the exit wound in his cheek, as the Nazi looks back up at him. His jaw set, Teddy takes his helmet off, and as the music continues to play and the papers continue to swirl, he looks out the window. Snow falls around bodies, little more substantial than skeletons, forgotten and frozen on the cold ground. The commandant reaches out for his gun, just out of reach, and Teddy slowly and decisively brings his boot down on the gun and pulls it further away. He and the commandant lock eyes as the music continues.
The imagery is so affecting and haunting.
Yeah.
There is something very interesting to me about the mirroring of the snowfall and of the documents inside.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just very, I don't know, there's something about it that I just think creates this, it feels like a memory.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Abruptly, back in Collie's home, Naring asks if Teddy believes in God. Teddy scoffs and chuckles humorlessly, but Naring insists that he's serious. Teddy stops laughing and answers in German that he believes him. In English, he asks the doctor if he's ever seen a death camp. Naring closes his eyes as he shakes his head, but in German again, Teddy tells him that he has. He was there at the liberation of Dachau. Switching back to English, Teddy commends the doctor on his English, but critiques that he does hit the consonants a little hard, though.
There are like at least 3 moments here that remind me so much of The Departed. And I realize, and if you think about it, I can't give it away right now, but there are quite a few parallels between Teddy Daniels and Billy Costigan.
Okay.
And then we also have at the beginning of the scene, he doesn't get a drink with alcohol, much like when Billy got the cranberry juice at the bar.
Okay.
All right.
And
Scorsese's like, let's do it again. Let's do it again.
just in the accent as well. Yeah. But this moment also reminds me of the scene where Wahlberg is talking to Billy Costigan and he's like, and I bet you had different accents. You did, didn't you, you fucking snake? Like, it's very, very close.
Yeah.
It is. Chuck is surprised to find that Naring is German, but the doctor's eyes are still focused on Teddy when he asks if legal immigration is a crime. Teddy invites the doctor to tell him, but the doctor doesn't say a word. Swiftly changing the subject, Teddy informs them that they're going to need the files on Sheehan and all the rest of the staff. Coldly, Naring tells him that no files will be released to him, period. Teddy repeats himself, louder and more emphatic, but Naring tells him again that it is out of the question. Teddy yells that this is bullshit, and when he throws his glass to the ground, it shatters. Chuck raises a hand to try to reel Teddy in, but he's too far gone. He asks Collie who the hell is in charge here anyway, and although the angry marshal is advancing toward him, Collie answers in a calm, almost bored tone that Naring is the liaison to their board of overseers. He relayed the request and the board denied it. Teddy is appalled. He denies the board's or Naring's right to refuse him. Collie invites him again to continue the investigation and promises they'll do whatever they can to help. But Teddy declares the investigation to be over. He says that they're going to file their reports and hand it over to And when he falters, Chuck fills in the gap. Hoover's boys. Teddy agrees. Hoover's boys. Then they'll take the ferry back in the morning. He storms out, leaving Chuck to glance up at Collie before Teddy tells him to come on.
Maybe he was a little flustered and didn't remember who he was supposed to be reporting to.
He's very upset.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's reliving trauma.
Yeah. They walk out of the luxurious mansion and into the incessant rain where McPherson waits in a car. Once they get inside, he tells them that it's a nice night before driving off. Teddy looks out the back window as they depart, where Collie stands holding his drink and smoking his cigar, watching them leave. When Naring joins him on the porch, McPherson interrupts, telling the marshals that they'll be staying in the orderlies' quarters. In the quarters, while other orderlies sleep in their bunks, Teddy and Chuck lie in theirs. Teddy's on the top bunk, poring over the cryptic note that Rachel left behind when Chuck speaks up. He asks if they're really packing it in because he's never really quit anything before. Teddy replies that they haven't been told the truth once. He maintains that there's no way Rachel Solando slipped out of a locked cell barefoot without any help. In fact, he thinks she had a lot of help. He thinks that maybe Collie is sitting in his mansion right now rethinking his attitude. And maybe, in the morning, Chuck interrupts, asking if Teddy was bluffing. Teddy says simply that he didn't say that before turning on his side to rest, his face still pulled into a scowl. In his dream, 50s music plays as Teddy looks down a long hall toward a window overlooking the city in an apartment.
The shot of that hall, did it remind you at all of the entrance to the Torrance's quarters in the Overlook Hotel?
Oh, it didn't, but I can absolutely see that.
I was
Yeah.
like, what is going on?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't think that until you said that right now.
I was like, wow.
Yeah. He sees the spinning record in the Nazi's office for a moment, and when he's back in the apartment, Dolores stands there holding a bottle. She tells him that she found a whole stack of these and asks if he's ever sober anymore. Teddy comes down the hall toward her, the bandage on his forehead, wearing the same suit he wore today. He tells her sadly that he killed a lot of people in the war. Still clutching the bottle, Dolores asks if that's why he drinks. Teddy stands in front of his wife and something begins to swirl around them in the air. He reaches out with an unsteady hand for her face, asking if she's real. When we see her head on again, her fingers make space for nothing in her hand. The bottle is gone. And in answer to his question, she tells him sincerely, no. But when she looks up at him, she shares, she's still here. The dark flurries in the air are falling harder now, and with tears in his eyes, Teddy asks who she means. Rachel? With a grin and the sun from the window catching her blonde hair, Dolores nods. She says she never left. She steps away from the window overlooking the bright and sunny street, and when she walks into the next room, this window overlooks a lake at sunset.
So just a couple of things. Firstly, her acting style is so perfectly film noir.
Yeah.
It is brilliant. I did want to talk about what is seen through this window.
Okay.
They had said in the production notes that it was inspired by the landscapes of the artist Maxfield Parrish. But to me, it reminded me a lot of this shot in House. One of the girls is standing and looking out into a landscape that is too beautiful to be real. It's surreal and amazing.
I don't remember that in Steve Miner's house.
I am not talking about, I'm talking about Obayashi's house.
Oh.
The good house.
Not the perfect house. Okay, got it.
No,
Yeah,
hold on.
right.
We can
Hold
keep
on.
going.
No.
Right, you guys can be house A. We'll be house 1.
No.
Okay, yeah.
First of all, the house came first.
And chronologically, but not in our hearts. Okay,
I'll be quiet. Disagree.
Dolores asks Teddy if he remembers when they stayed at the cabin over the summer. They were so happy. She looks dreamily out the window, but suddenly turns with intensity to face him. She tells Teddy that Rachel is still here and he can't leave. When she turns back to look out the window, the back of her dress is burned away and the remains of her body underneath sizzle and glow red with heat. Horrified, Teddy comes up behind his wife. He wraps his arms around her, vowing that he won't leave. He loves her so much. Blood begins to flow over the hand he's pressed to her stomach. And when we see them again, the dark flurries are swirling in the room and Dolores' hair is wet. She tells him sadly that she's just bones in a box. And when Teddy denies this, she repeats that she is. The gray flurries have become large black pieces of ash in the air. The ash covers every surface of the room, and Dolores whispers to him that he has to wake up. As the two sway together, Dolores' dress is drenched in blood that gathers in a pool on the carpet beneath her. Teddy rests his forehead against his wife, promising that he won't go because she's here. But Dolores turns to him, repeating that she's not, and he has to face that. She looks into his eyes and tells him, but she is, and so is he. Teddy asks, who? And when Dolores answers, her hair is flat and slick with water. Breathing heavily, she tells him, Ladis. A tear rolls down her face and she closes her eyes, telling him that she has to go. Teddy continues to hold on, begging for her to stay, that he just needs to hold her for a little bit longer. He starts to cry as Dolores leans into him, whispering that he has to let her go. He tells her sincerely that he can't. The two stand in the center of the room, the ash falling like snow around them. When Dolores' body turns to smoldering ash, it disintegrates in Teddy's arms. Where he held her against him, Teddy's suit is damp, and when he looks down at the empty hands that just held his wife, water drips from them. The apartment around Teddy is now engulfed in flames.
Before we talk about this sequence, because it is gorgeous, it is surreal, it is nightmarish.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah. I did want to talk about something that I discovered through a little bit of research. A lot of sources show the comparison between the shot of him holding her and kissing her to a painting. It's Gustav Klimt's The Kiss. And it is so clearly inspired by that painting.
Okay.
And I feel like even the color palette of her yellow dress is echoed in the painting.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
The thing about the painting that you see very clearly is kind of what is echoed in this scene is this feeling of love and longing. But there was something that I read in a few analyses of this painting, and it was just the way that they described it that really feel like it could be a subtle clue to the key to this movie a little bit. And the way that they always describe the man that is kissing the woman in this painting is that his face is not shown and it's buried in this kiss.
Okay.
And so I think you can take that to mean a few different things. The fact that his face is hidden, maybe something about his identity.
Okay.
And the fact that it is so enmeshed, these two together in the painting. It's very interesting to use this as the source for this sequence.
Okay, yeah. This was it was hard to watch.
Yeah.
The pain and I don't know what I would do, like it's very hard to watch it. The emotion, and you feel what the fuck's going on. Him wanting to hold his wife one more time. Him, like, you know what I mean? It's, oh my God. And it kind of reminded me of 1408.
Yes.
And that punched me right in the fucking face, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But yeah, this really made me think of that, and again, like you said, T, with their performances and what she brings and what he brings, and I was like, man, this is you knew what you were coming for.
Yes. And just this depiction of wanting so desperately to cling on to something that's not actually there.
Yeah.
And I read that they were worried about how it would look for her to crumble with the CGI. But I feel like this is one of the times that it is just perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Teddy wakes in the top bunk of the orderly's quarters of Ashcliff Hospital with a gasp. He looks down at his hands, which are wet, just like in his dream. But when he looks up, he sees the culprit, a steady streaming leak from the ceiling. Orderly Trey Washington, played by Curtis Cook, walks over to the window, where the rain outside hasn't let up one bit. He comments that there won't be a fairy in this shit, as a heavy wind blows leaves and rain past the window. Teddy catches up with Collie in Ward B, with Chuck trailing close behind him. Collie does not seem very happy to see him.
No.
And when Teddy demands to speak to the patients who are in Rachel's group therapy session, the doctor reminds him that the investigation was supposedly over. Pointing to the storm outside, Teddy replies that it's not like they're able to leave on the ferry. Collie continues to walk away, but Teddy follows. He asks if Rachel was receiving any other treatment for her illnesses, but instead of answering, Collie takes a deep sigh and replies with a question of his own. He asks if the marshals know the state of the mental health field these days. When Teddy admits that he doesn't have a clue, Collie tells him that it's a war. The old school believes in surgical intervention, psychosurgery like the transorbital lobotomy. Some say it makes the patient reasonable and docile, while others say it makes them zombies. He pauses until Chuck asks about the new school of thought, and they continue down the hallway. According to Collie, the new school is psychopharmacology. They developed a new drug called Thorazine that relaxes psychotic patients. Teddy asks which school Collie belongs to. Collie answers that he has this radical idea that if you treat a patient with respect, listen, and try to understand, you just might reach them. Suddenly, a woman at the other end of the room begins to scream at the top of her lungs. When orderlies rush to her, Teddy gives Collie a sly grin and asks if these are the patients he's referring to. Collie says, yes, even these. He continues that what should be a last resort, giving them a pill and shoving them into a corner, has now become a first response. Finally answering Teddy's initial question, he shares that Rachel Solando is on a combination of drugs that keep her from being violent, but it was only intermittently effective. The biggest obstacle Rachel experienced in her recovery was her inability to face what she had done. Teddy catches the doctor's repeated use of the word was. He asks if there's a reason he keeps referring to Rachel in the past tense. Collie looks over Teddy and Chuck before inviting them to take a look out the window. As the storm rages behind the glass, he asks them, "Why do you think?" He walks away, leaving Teddy and Chuck to gaze out the window. Not to derail us too far, but I wanted to take this moment to talk about the technical advisor for this film, Dr. James Gilligan. He's renowned and well known for a series of books that he wrote on violence. And Dr. Gilligan was the medical director of Bridgewater State Hospital in Massachusetts from the late 70s to 1992.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah. I saw an interview where he spoke to this war of the new school of psychology versus the old school at this time. And Collie is clearly representative of the new humanistic approach, while Naring is kind of the symbol of this old, like, psychosurgery leaning school. Lehane had even said that Thorazine and lithium were approved by the FDA in 1954 when this takes place.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's a time of evolution where the conversation is kind of just beginning as to whether lobotomies are barbaric or not. Like, that conversation is just starting.
Damn.
It staggers me that there was ever a thought in history that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Just the act of the surgery.
To give you an understanding of the climate, Dr. Walter Jackson Freeman invented the transorbital lobotomy. He would go on the road and travel to hospitals teaching staff at the hospitals this new method because he claimed that the patient did not need to have, it didn't need to be a surgical procedure and they didn't even need sedation.
I feel like this is something that is so barbaric that it could be taught over the phone.
Well,
Like, I don't think you'd need to be there. It's so fucking like
he would
monstrous.
go to these hospitals, and as he's teaching the staff how to do it, he would be like, bring out your 50 most disturbed patients, literally line them up, do a line of lobotomies, get in his car and drive to the next hospital.
Unbelievable.
It was so commonplace. It was so accepted. Literally, JFK's sister, Rosemary Kennedy, was lobotomized.
That's right.
It was accepted. It was just that it was not like this cloak and dagger fucking behind it. Like, it was very much, we're doing this. Oh, you need, like, JFK's sister.
Yeah. I understand curiosity how that works and how we whatever. But I don't. You want to see what happens if I cut out a piece of your brain, but I don't want you to die. I want to see what's going on.
Yeah.
I want to poke around or just
for
make
what,
a slit or whatever.
For you to be quiet.
Yeah.
For you, I mean, it's mind-boggling. And to really think this was not that long ago.
Yeah. Just like we talked about in session 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Gilligan had said that Bridgewater felt this shift in kind of the school of thought even more because the U.S. District Court in Boston declared it unconstitutional to have somebody committed against their will to a mental hospital for treatment and not treat them. That had to be declared. And so, again, this is in Boston. This is in Massachusetts where Bridgewater is. So he said that some of these places were literally called snake pits and had more of a focus on the prison aspect than the hospital aspect. And the goal at the time was to kind of flip that. So Gilligan was brought on to Bridgewater because the homicide and suicide rates were staggeringly high. And when he left in 1992, the rates were almost 0.
Wow.
This is the technical advisor for this film.
That's incredible.
But in the cafeteria, Teddy looks over the notes on a patient named Peter Breen. He assaulted his father's nurse with broken glass. The nurse lived, but she was permanently disfigured. I do want to point out that this is the first time I'm noticing that Teddy is wearing his wedding ring. And he's wearing the tie that we saw Dolores putting on him in the flashback. This is the first time I noticed that.
Okay.
But Chuck comments dryly that he can't wait to meet this Peter Breen. So they do interview Peter Breen, played by Christopher Denham, who is oddly casual. He tells the marshals that the nurse used to smile at him and be so sweet, but he could see it in her eyes. She liked to be naked and suck cock. Chuck is like, all right.
Decorum.
I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yeah. But exasperated, Chuck bids him to continue. Peter says that she asked if she could have a glass of water alone in the kitchen, like that wasn't a big deal. Teddy asks how it was a big deal, and Peter scoffs. Obviously, she wanted him to pull out his thing so she could laugh at it. Obviously. Teddy tries to change the subject to the questions that they have for him, but Peter isn't done. He says that when he cut her, she screamed. But chuckling, he adds that she scared him. What did she expect? Trying to gain control of the conversation, Teddy says that they're here to talk about Rachel Solando. Suddenly disgusted, Peter asks if they know that Rachel drowned her own kids. As Peter laments that we live in a sick fucking world, Teddy blinks hard and pinches the bridge of his nose in an apparently approaching headache. But Peter is just getting started. He thinks they should all be put to death. He rattles off the kinds of people he deems unworthy, making sure to highlight both the R word and the N word before summing up that if you kill your own kid, gas the bitch. I was like, oh, get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
But Teddy doesn't say anything to this. Instead, he brings a pencil to his notepad and begins scratching it against the paper, creating a graphite blob on the page. Peter is immediately uncomfortable and asks for Teddy to stop, but Teddy is maintaining full eye contact. He proposes that maybe that nurse had kids, maybe a husband, maybe she was trying to make ends meet and live a normal life. He's scratching so hard into the paper that the page has ripped, and Peter is squirming, covering his ears as Chuck watches on. Teddy reminds Peter of what it says in the file. He tore that nurse's face off. He muses, "Congratulations, no more normal for her ever again." He asks if Peter knows what the nurse was afraid of. She was afraid of Peter. He continues scratching into the page, prompting Peter to scream at him to stop. He begs, and suddenly Teddy does stop. He lunges across the table at Peter, demanding to know if he knows a patient named Andrew Latis. Peter yells that he doesn't. Chuck pulls Teddy back into his seat and tries to calm him. Peter rises to his feet and expresses his desire to just go back to his room. The orderlies come over and take him away, but one lingers at the table to give Teddy a long, disapproving look. When the next interview starts, Nurse Marino sits nearby with a syringe of sedatives. Across the table now, where Peter had sat, is Bridget Kearns, played by Robin Bartlett, smoking a cigarette. She tells the marshals that she's never getting out of here, and she's not sure if she should. When Teddy addresses her as Miss Kearns, she corrects him, Mrs. He makes the adjustment, but finishes his thought that she seems quite normal compared to the rest of the patients here. Bridget assures him that she has her dark days just like everyone else, but the difference is that most people don't kill their husband with an axe. She adds that she believes that if a man beats you, cheats on you incessantly, and no one will help you, then axing him is pretty understandable. Chuck agrees that maybe she shouldn't get out, and she chuckles at this, wondering what she would do if she did. She doesn't even know the world anymore. She says that she's heard there are bombs that can reduce entire cities to ash. There are televisions with faces and voices, but she hears enough voices already. Teddy asks if she can tell him about Rachel, and Bridget admits that there's not much. Rachel kept to herself, but she did believe that her kids were still alive and that she still lived in the Berkshires. They were all her neighbors or milkmen or postmen, Teddy adds, or deliverymen. He asks if Dr. Sheehan was there that night, and Bridget confirms that he was. He was talking to them about anger. Teddy asks what the doctor is like, and Bridget begins to stammer. She tells Teddy that he's nice, and he's not bad on the eyes either. She chuckles at this, but when Teddy asks if the doctor ever made a pass at her, she stops and blinks at him in shock. She is adamant that he didn't, insisting that Sheehan is a good doctor, and he would never do that. Losing steam and focus, she asks if she can have a glass of water. Chuck leaves to go get her one, and once he's gone from the table, Bridget snatches Teddy's notebook away from him. Maintaining eye contact, she jots something down and passes it back to him. Teddy peers at the page in visible discomfort before tossing a glance at Chuck, who's returned with Bridget's water. Bridget uses her handkerchief before tucking it into the sleeve of her dress. She thanks Chuck for the water, but when she brings her cupped hand to her lips to take a drink, it's empty. Although, afterwards, we see her set an empty cup down. She looks at Teddy eagerly as he leans in to ask her one last question. Did you ever meet a patient named Andrew Ladis? Suddenly, Bridget begins to tremble. Her voice breaking, she tells Teddy no. She's never heard of him. She abruptly gets up from the table and hurries to an orderly.
The glass is what we were discussing earlier.
Yes, the supposed editing mistake.
Yeah.
It is such an interesting thing, and obviously it will come into play, and we'll discuss it a little more later.
Yeah.
But it is the fact of seeing Chuck return to the table with the glass.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting visual that made me lean forward.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Because you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially ending it with her setting a cup down.
Mm-hmm. I did want to talk about the director of photography, because there is a section here where the way that the camera presses in sells so much of Mrs. Kearns' emotion.
Yeah.
And I firstly was just astounded by the filmography of this DP. There's a guy called Robert Richardson, and we talked about him a little bit earlier, but he is a 3-time Oscar winner, first of all. He has worked with Oliver Stone. He has worked a lot with Martin Scorsese, but he has worked on every single Tarantino film since Kill Bill.
Oh my God.
And I am so, just the language of his cinematography, that beautiful cascade of those files.
Yeah.
It reminds you of things that you see in Tarantino's work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's and especially from that point forward.
Right.
But in the production notes, Scorsese had talked about all of the influences that he gave to Richardson to work with. And it was everything from classic film eras, like we talked about earlier, film noir, German expressionism. It's literally everything from The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari to things like Rosemary's Baby.
Okay.
And you see so many things echoed here that kind of not mimic, but evoke
Yeah.
the same feeling from shots you remember from these films.
Yeah.
But he had also said that he wanted to convey a state of mind in every single frame. And so in each frame, as you view this film, you do feel a lot of different things depending on the framing of the shot or the movement of the camera in it.
Yeah.
And I think this one is such a great example because you do feel like the walls are closing in on Mrs. Kearns for some reason.
Yeah.
And you feel like she is either getting very nervous or very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And when we start the scene, we have a much wider shot.
True.
And
That's
she
true.
is so casual.
Yeah.
So it's just a little interesting work there. But he had said that it was an attempt to convey everything from uncertainty to fury to panic to isolation to mystery to things psychological and physical.
Okay.
This is one of those scenes as well that when you rewatch it, it takes on a whole new meaning.
Yeah.
Specifically, and I just want to highlight Robin Bartlett's performance. The subtle changes and like emotion conveyed in her face and these tiny subtle movements. She is phenomenal right here.
And also where she looks.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And Scorsese as well talked about how he called the editing in this section very fun.
Okay.
And it is.
Yeah.
It is very like, huh?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't even again, like I said, I didn't remember a lot of this movie, and I didn't remember this. And even watching it, even seeing what we see, for me anyway, I didn't think, oh, that was a mistake. I felt like that was put there for a reason. And we need to protect this lady, this nice lady, at whatever cost.
Yes. And we were saying off mic earlier, she shouldn't be in there.
No.
She had every right to ask him a question. Outside, standing under an awning and looking through the fence out at the rain, Teddy tells Chuck with certainty that Bridget was coached. She used the exact words as Collie and the nurse, so he presumes that they're the ones that told her what to say. Chuck doesn't have a comment or an opinion on this theory. He just wants to know who Andrew Laeddis is. Which I would too. If we're in this together and you and I both don't know anything about anything and suddenly you're like, who's this specific fucking person? I'd be like, what are you talking about?
That first and last?
Yeah. Teddy looks back at him wordlessly, but when Chuck offers him a cigarette, he takes it. Chuck reminds him that he asked every single one of the patients they interviewed about Andrew Laeddis. Who is he? Teddy sighs deeply and sticks the cigarette in his mouth. Chuck lights it for him, pleading that he's his partner. But Teddy points out that they just met. He says that Chuck has been on the beat for a long time. He's got a duty and a career, and what Teddy's doing isn't exactly by the book. But Chuck assures him that he's not concerned with by the book right now. He just wants to know what the hell's going on. And so Teddy finally comes clean. When this case came in over the wire, he requested it specifically. Chuck wants to know why, and Teddy tells him Andrew Laeddis was the maintenance man in the apartment building where he lived with his wife. He was also a firebug. He's the one that lit the match that caused the fire that killed his wife. A tense score pulsates with the sound of the pounding rain behind it as the two marshals stand in silence. The way that we hear the name, I almost thought that he was purely asking these questions based on his dream.
Honestly.
Yeah. And so when it's like, oh no, this is a person and I'm here to fight. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So already some of the weirdness, I'm like, okay, you've revealed to me that there is something deeper going on, which I did know. So let's go down this rabbit hole a little bit.
I feel like the more we get of this, it kind of explains how, or at least why he's kind of a dick to the staff in some ways.
Yeah.
The way that he's treating Collie and his interaction entirely with Naring.
Naring, yeah.
And you're like, okay, I can start to understand.
But
you know.
in his defense, Naring was a little, that's not the way that you act.
No, he was up his own ass. He was.
We cut to the gates being locked behind them as they enter a lush green field on the island. With ponchos doing little to shield them from the rain, Chuck asks what happened to Laeddis. Teddy says that he got away with it, then he disappeared. A year ago, he opened the paper and saw him. He makes mention that Andrew Laeddis is ugly. He's got a huge scar from his right temple down to his left lip, and his eyes are different colors. It's not a face you forget. As they step into the woods, he says that Andrew Laeddis burned down a school and killed 2 people. He said that the voices told him to do it. So he went to prison, then he was transferred to Ashcliff. Then he just vanished without a trace, as if he never existed in the first place.
Then we just flat out
Yeah.
lost him. It's like, what?
I was with you at first.
Yeah.
But he tells Chuck that he's pretty sure Ladis isn't in Ward B, and that leaves Ward C. Chuck reasons that Ladis could be dead, but Teddy counters that Rachel Solando could be too, and there's lots of places to hide a body out here, but there's only one place that no one would really notice. They finally come to their destination, a squat fence with a cluster of tombstones behind it. The two stand, looking over the stones before going into the small cemetery. Raising his voice to be heard over the storm, Chuck makes an assumption. When Bridget Kearns asked him for water and he left, she said something to Teddy, didn't she? Teddy looks back at his partner, and after a moment just a hair too long, he answers, "No." Chuck isn't buying it, and he gives him a "come on, boss," and that's enough for Teddy. He tells Chuck, "She wrote it." He pulls out his notebook, and under his jotted notes, Bridget Kearns' message is written in a firm and quick hand. The ink begins to bleed as the rain pelts the page, but the message is still clear. One word: run. Chuck looks up at him questioningly. But suddenly, the storm picks up momentum. Chuck shouts that they have to get inside because it's turning into Kansas out here. Teddy wants to continue his search, but Chuck physically pulls him away as branches of the trees begin to sway and shake wildly. He pulls Teddy away just in time when a thick branch falls, but they have to scramble to avoid the flying and swirling debris. Luckily, Teddy spots a mausoleum.
I know this storm is legit. It's really happening, but it feels so strangely surreal.
Yes.
Yeah.
It feels much larger and much more dramatic than...
Very much so. I have some comments and thoughts and theories that I never had before.
Okay.
But I gotta wait.
I did too. For a little bit, I was like, so how are they? What is going on? Because it does feel like this is coming at the most opportune time.
It's the timing of it.
What?
Whoa, we gotta get out of here. Like it's like right when it starts heating up. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, I agree. Chuck falls inside when the door finally opens, and Teddy struggles to close it enough to shield them from the rain. They take off their useless ponchos despite the steady leaks coming in from the ceiling. When Chuck asks if he's okay, Teddy pants out a yes. The storm continues outside, but in the relative safety of the mausoleum, Teddy and Chuck sit on the floor. As Teddy smokes a cigarette, Chuck asks him what he's going to do if he does find Ladis, but Teddy assures him that he's not going to kill him. The tense score rises once again as American soldiers mount a snowy hill in Teddy's memory. But in the present, Chuck drops Teddy a wink, confiding that if it were his wife, he'd kill Ladis twice. The score rises again as two cowardly commandants step out of the gates at Dachau with their hands raised. Over their heads, in stark contrast to their surrender, a sign is adorned with a disgusting sentiment. Arbeit macht frei. Work sets you free. Sitting against the stained glass of the mausoleum, Teddy exhales cigarette smoke. He narrates what we see inside the Dachau gates. When they got through the gates, the SS surrendered. We see the frail prisoners against the barbed wire in their striped uniforms, some of them children, all of them freezing, starving, desperate. Teddy continues that the commandant tried to kill himself before they got there, but he botched it. We see that office with the swirling papers, with the framed depictions of that infamous monster. With some pleasure, Teddy shares with Chuck that it took the commandant an hour to die. We see him twitching in his pool of blood as the papers fall upon him. As we watch Teddy walk with his troop, he tells Chuck that when he went outside, he saw all the bodies on the ground. There were too many to even count. We see these horrors, frozen bodies shrouded in snow. On top, a little girl, her face in the semblance of a peaceful sleep, forever wrapping her arms around her mother beneath her, fused and frozen together. The Teddy on the grounds that day grimaces and walks away, emotion catching up with him, and the Teddy now in the mausoleum still reacts to what he saw that day. He tells Chuck that it was too many to even imagine. Taking a shaky breath, He says that the guards surrendered. They took their guns and lined them up. We see this. The American soldiers lining up the monsters who oversaw and ensured these horrors. When one tries to get away, a soldier shoots him in the back until he's down. But the initial shots only serve as a pass for the rest of the soldiers, who open fire on the guards. And one by one, the guards are hit, their crimson blood spraying the air too precious for them to breathe, until they all result in a crumpled heap on the cold ground. Teddy breathes deeply as he and the other soldiers lower their guns. In the wet crypt with his partner, Teddy's eyes fill with tears as he has to admit, it wasn't warfare, it was murder. Throwing down his cigarette, he reiterates to Chuck that he's had enough killing. That's not why he's here. Chuck asks what it's all about then, and Teddy says that after Latest disappeared, he started checking into Ashcliff. A lot of people know about the hospital, but no one wants to talk about it. He says it's almost like they're scared. He asks Chuck if he realizes that Ashcliff is funded by a special grant from the House Un-American Activities Committee. Chuck doesn't understand how exactly they're fighting the communists from an island in Boston Harbor. But Teddy has a theory, by conducting experiments on the mind. Chuck asks if he really thinks that's what's going on here, but Teddy isn't done unveiling his evidence. He says that no one would talk until he found someone who would, an ex-patient named George Noyce, a college kid, a socialist. He says that he was offered some money to take part in an experiment and invites Chuck to take a guess at what they were testing. Chuck lights a cigarette and ventures glumly. Toothpaste? Teddy says that George Noyce starts seeing dragons everywhere. He almost beat his professor to death and ends up in Ward C at Ashcliff. After 1 year, he's released, but 2 weeks on the mainland, he walks into a bar and stabs 3 men to death. His lawyer pled insanity, but Noyce stood up in the courtroom and begged the judge for the electric chair, anything but a mental hospital. So the judge gives him life and dead in prison. Chuck understands that that's where Teddy found him, and Teddy admits that Noyce is a mess, but it's clear from what he shared with him that they're experimenting on people here. Chuck is a little reluctant to believe this, wondering how you're supposed to believe a crazy guy. But Teddy says that's what's perfect about it. When people like Noyce talk, nobody listens. He reminds Chuck that he stood at Dachau. He's seen what human beings are capable of doing to each other. He says that they fought a war to stop them, and now he finds out it might be happening on their soil? No. Chuck asks what Teddy is really here to do, and Teddy tells him. He's going to get proof. Then he's going to go back home and blow the lid off this place. But Chuck is suddenly suspicious. He says that Teddy's been asking around about Ashcliff and waiting for a chance to come out, and all of a sudden they need a U.S. Marshal? Teddy says that he got lucky. An escaped patient was the perfect excuse, but Chuck isn't so sure. He tells Teddy sincerely that luck doesn't work that way. The world doesn't work that way. He says that there's an electrified fence around a septic facility. Ward C is a Civil War fort. The chief of staff has ties to the OSS. Their funding is from the House Un-American Activities Committee. Chuck walks in a circle and we spin from behind Teddy, following him. Finally, Chuck stops, his frustration mounting as he tells Teddy that this place stinks of government ops. What if they wanted Teddy here all along? He was asking questions. Teddy tries to dismiss this as bullshit, but Chuck reminds him that they're here for Rachel Solando, and there's not one shred of evidence that she ever even existed. But Teddy says there's no way they could have known he'd be the one assigned to the case. But Chuck ponders that maybe when Teddy was looking into them, they were looking into Teddy. All they had to do was fake an escape to get him here, and now they've got him. They've got them both, here and now. Suddenly, the doors burst open and rain is blown in with the heavy wind. Lights beam into the room from the trees, and from his car parked in front of the mausoleum, McPherson identifies himself on the speaker and asks if the marshals are inside. He yells after them, and Teddy muses that they found them, but Chuck points out that it's an island. They're always going to find them. McPherson calls after them again, telling them that he knows they're in there. But Teddy looks at Chuck with intensity. He pledges, "We're getting off this island. You and me." On Teddy's call, they brave the storm to run to Deputy Warden McPherson's waiting car.
I did think it was a little funny that the whole time while they were in there, we barely hear any of the storm outside. Like, we see the little dripping from the ceiling, but it's very
It's not
quiet.
that intense.
Yeah.
And the way that the doors blow open when he's like, here and now, it's like, it's like, oh, fuck.
It's too
I
dramatic.
can't take it anymore.
And it did like this, like you're so dialed into the intensity of the conversation that when that burst does happen, it feels like a jump scare.
Yes.
It really does.
And why would you tell me that shit right now, man? Now I'm just paranoid.
Yeah.
First of all, you're putting everything together as Teddy, and you seem like you have this theory going, and then you got Chuck, who is supposed to be your partner.
No, he's putting hot sauce on it.
Yeah. What's
He's like,
that?
no, they were looking into you. It's like, ah!
I did want to say before we move on, the horrific flashback, but the cathartic ending to it of killing all these Nazi scumbags.
Yes.
Did that panning shot on that, really a tracking shot, I guess, remind you of something that could have been in Inglourious Bastards?
Yes. 1,000%.
And the fact that Richardson shot both is pretty
That's
interesting.
great.
Yeah.
As McPherson drives them hastily into Ashcliff, guards close the gates behind them. McPherson demands that they get dried off and ready because Collie wants to see them immediately. As they exit the car, he yells after them to hurry up because the storm is turning into a goddamn hurricane.
All right.
Calm down.
His dialect coach is like, fuck yeah. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Once Teddy and Chuck finish showering, they walk into the laundry with towels draped around their waists. Inside, Trey Washington greets them with clean whites, the same uniforms the orderlies wear. That would scare the shit. The conversation that I just fucking had with this dude in that mausoleum.
We're getting a little too comfortable.
Oh my God. He assures them that he's dropped their suits off to be dry cleaned, and if they don't all wash away, they'll be ready by tomorrow. He says regretfully that their cigarettes were done for and places 2 fresh packs on top of the clothes in Chuck's hand. Teddy asks if these are his only choice for clothing, and Trey offers that he's got some prison grays that might work for him. But upon hearing this, Chuck insists that the whites are just fine. In the boardroom, a meeting is taking place at a long table. In attendance are Doctors Colley and Naring. Naring repeats an assertion that all Ward C patients need to be placed in manual restraints. But Colley points out that if the facility floods, they'll all drown. Naring only says stubbornly that that would have to be a lot of flooding. But Colley says they're on an island in the middle of an ocean during a hurricane. A lot of flooding is a distinct possibility. Teddy and Chuck quietly enter the room behind them, dressed in their orderly whites. This is such a really on display of these two schools of thought. The war that Dr. Gilligan is talking about happening behind the scenes here.
Mm-hmm. Something else that I thought was very interesting is how much of a performance is conveyed through posture. Because even though they're dressed like orderlies, they walk in like marshals.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. But a doctor, played by Ken Cheeseman, is on Naring's side. He asks Colley what will happen if the power fails, and Colley answers quickly. Then there's a backup generator. But the other doctor says that if the generator fails, the cell doors will open. Colley asks where the patients would even go. It's not like they can jump on a ferry to wreak havoc on the mainland, and Naring actually agrees with this. They won't do that. They'll wreak havoc right here on them. Colley points out again in a tone of acute disbelief that if they're manacled to the floor, then 24 human beings are going to die. He asks Naring if he could really live with that, but Naring asserts that he wishes he could put all 42 patients in wards A and B and manual restraints as well.
Naring's like, if it was up to me, you'd be in restraint. What the hell is
What
this?
are you saying?
You are pure evil.
Yeah,
to say that.
When they walked in there hearing what they were talking about, I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude?
Yeah.
Like, are we supposed to be here listening to this shit?
I don't think so. It's like just a meeting like fucking Dracula. It's a monster mash, this thing.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Teddy's had enough of standing idly by and makes their presence known. He addresses Colley, and when Colley tries to dismiss him, he won't allow it, and the doctor rises to his feet to address him. Teddy reminds the doctor that they talked this morning about Rachel Solando's note, and another doctor, played by Steve Whitting, mutters to the man next to him, "The law of 4. I love that."
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk later.
Has he ever been in a storm?
Yeah, he is Wally from Sunny.
Yeah.
But Teddy isn't deterred. He says that Collie told him he has no idea what the second line of her note is referring to. Collie repeats it. Who is 67? He says that he still doesn't know what that means. None of them do. Chuck eyes the doctor suspiciously as Teddy asks him again if nothing comes to mind at all. He feigns a mirrored confusion as he looks over Collie before peering at the rest of the doctors at the long table. Teddy says that he's sure he just heard them say that there are 24 patients in Ward C and 42 in A and B. That's a total of 66 patients. Collie tells him he's correct. Teddy says that he believes Rachel Solando was suggesting that Collie has a 67th patient. Collie assures Teddy that they don't, and Naring chuckles, commenting that this is ridiculous. When he asks what they're doing here, Teddy informs him that they're doing their goddamn job. Collie asks if McPherson told Teddy the good news. Sighing and thinly veiling his frustration, Teddy asks the doctor what the good news is. Collie says, Rachel has been found. She's here.
Sorry?
Safe and sound. Teddy is taken aback. I would have to not hit this man in the face.
Unbelievable.
Or throw up on him or something.
One of them. Knowing me, it would be the throw up. Are you fucking kidding me?
I think it's that. It's like, what do you mean you found her?
And then why? Look, if that was the whole point, was for me to be out here to help with this investigation, shouldn't that have been the end of my investigation and you come find me and tell me?
That should have been the first thing that you said when you saw me.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for your help. You know, we found her, whatever. That should have been the first thing that fucking McPherson said.
Well, he's like, well, I'm arguing with a monster right now. You gotta give me a second. And can we talk about this 67 thing? Again, this feels very, very similar to what we talked about earlier with Under the Bed.
Yeah.
Where it's like, how did you not put that together?
How
does it take me to add two numbers together?
I'm the new guy. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. You should know off the top of your head how many patients you have.
Yeah.
But we cut to Rachel's room where she sits on her bed, staring forward and looking very small. Teddy stands by her wardrobe, looking at her as if he's seen a ghost. Chuck steps over to him, commenting that Rachel doesn't have a mark on her. The marshals even look down at her bare feet, which are clean and unblemished.
Impossible.
Yes.
Yeah, if she was out there barefooted.
Yeah.
Not even a scratch.
Rattled, Rachel asks Collie who Teddy and Chuck are, and lowering her voice to a whisper, why they're in her house. Collie says that they're police officers and they just have a few questions. Teddy steps forward and leans toward Rachel until they're eye to eye. In a low tone, he tells her that there's been a known communist subversive sighted in the area, passing out literature. Rachel is appalled that this is happening in her neighborhood, but Teddy insists that it's true. He offers that if Rachel can just tell him where she was yesterday and what she did, it would help them narrow down their search. Rachel is happy to help. After thinking a moment, she says that she made breakfast for her husband and children. Then she packed her husband's lunch and he left for work. She sent the kids off to school and then she decided to take a long swim in the lake. Teddy has pulled out his notes, but he pauses and looks at her for a long moment. He asks what happened after that, and Rachel rises to her feet.
There are obviously things to take from this story that become so important later. But you don't realize even the smallest things. This mention of school.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is, again, so many seeds, so many clues. It's hard to even keep up with them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at this moment here, it's like, okay, I'm thinking, what is the lake to you?
Right.
Okay.
Did you go in the water off the shore of the island? Like, what does that mean to you in your fantasy or in your mind?
Your like perception of if we're in your house right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But stepping toward the marshal, Rachel says that after that, I thought of you. Teddy stammers out his confusion, admitting that she doesn't know what she's talking about. But her voice choked with emotion, Rachel asks him, don't you know how lonely I've been, Jim? She tells him that he's gone, he's dead, and she cries every night. She dissolves into tears now, asking how she's supposed to survive. And when she throws her arms around him, he holds her as she weeps. He assures her gently that it'll be all right and that he's so sorry, but everything will be all right. Abruptly, she pulls away from him, suddenly angry. She yells at him accusatorily that she buried him. She had to bury an empty casket because his body rained down, his lumps of flesh to be eaten by sharks in the sea. She fires at him. My Jim is dead, so who the fuck are you? She continues to shout the question, and when she lunges at Teddy, orderlies come in to restrain her, and Chuck pushes Teddy toward the door. Collie overlooks the restraint and sedation of Rachel Solando, and Teddy is visibly affected by what he's just experienced.
We've been looking for you this whole time. How are you going to try to attack me? Like we went out in the rain. We were looking for you everywhere. I was like, why are you mad?
I moved houses for you.
Yeah, I didn't say I was your Jim or whatever.
That was
Yeah,
You
said
did that.
The
yeah.
whole time. You can change your mind. That's fine.
Yeah.
But don't take it out on me.
Yeah.
Lightning illuminates a stone bust in Collie's office before he hurries in with the marshals. He apologizes to Teddy, excusing that he didn't want to interrupt because he thought Rachel might tell him something. He says that they found her by the lighthouse, skipping stones in the water. They still don't know how she got out. But Teddy is unsteady on his feet, squeezing his eyes shut and pinching the bridge of his nose. Collie brings over glasses, brown liquid for himself and Chuck and clear for Teddy, and asks them to head down to the basement where there are cots, food, and water. He says that it's the safest place for them to be when the hurricane hits. But as the lightning and thunder continue to duel, Teddy eyes a statue of an imp playing a flute, small horns protruding from its curly hair.
Was that always there?
I don't
I feel like I'd remember that.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it should be here.
Too scary, Collie.
Collie stands directly next to the statue, asking Teddy if he's all right and pointing out his weak pallor. Teddy assures him he is all right, but when the lightning crashes again, we see that bust staring straight forward. Collie looks at him concerned, and even Chuck asks about his well-being, but they're suddenly lit with a harsh and bright light. I'm wondering if anybody knows, I'm sure, tell us, but what is this bust? I'd meant to look it up and I completely forgot. And the way that it is placed in the scene, opening with the scene and then him being like, no, I'm fine. And then we see it again. Is that someone? Who is that?
I guarantee it means something.
It has to, right?
Yeah.
But shielding his eyes, Teddy asks, isn't it so bright? Collie notes his photosensitivity and headaches and wonders aloud if he's having a migraine. He hurries away to get medicine, but Teddy asserts again that he will be all right. Thunder crashes, and he suddenly loses his footing, sinking to the ground before Chuck catches him and deposits him into a chair. But once he sits, he leans forward and begins to retch. Collie comes over with water and medication, promising that once Teddy takes them, he'll be back to normal in a few hours. When Chuck asks what's wrong with Teddy, Collie explains that it's a migraine. He invites him to imagine someone sawed open his head, filled it with razors, and shook it as hard as they could. Collie pleads with Teddy to take the pills, and although he pushes them away at first, when Collie tells him again that they'll take the pain away, Teddy takes them. And again, I get things are a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
As somebody who has suffered with migraines, you would take anything just to make it stop.
Yeah.
I think that it's the urgency with which Collie does it. He does everything way too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And even his thing that he's trying to explain to Chuck, he's like photosensitivity, headaches, sometimes. It's like you're just rushing things in order to just force him to take this medication.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, for me, when this all happened, I was like, hold on one goddamn minute.
Yeah.
Don't tell me this is a headache. Something is definitely wrong.
It's more.
Yeah.
This is not, I don't know what you guys are telling me or who I'm looking for here anymore. This shit doesn't seem right.
No, not at all.
Because when he is rattling it off, to me, it's like, do you know something I don't?
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck are you saying that?
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like it would be easy to be like, come on, man, really? Like, you're taking medicine from this dude? But it's like,
no.
In those moments, yeah.
Give me whatever.
Yeah, where's the devil? He's got fucking Excedrin? Bet.
I think for me in this moment, it isn't even a matter of like being like, oh, Teddy, come on.
Yeah.
It's me just, of course, this distrust of all the staff.
Of course.
Yeah.
And then just seeing how Collie seems to be taking advantage of this.
Yeah, okay.
That's how it feels in this moment.
Yeah.
He's like, no, it'll take the pain away.
Yeah.
But the thunder crashes louder than ever, and the lightning makes the room impossibly bright as Collie mutters to Chuck that Teddy's going to have to lie down. Teddy looks up at Chuck's face, then Collie's, both still flashing bright in the storm. When we see him again looking helpless, both Chuck and Collie's hands are on him, comforting him and holding him down. There is an air of chaos in the basement when Chuck and Orderly Washington bring Teddy down and settle him into one of the many cots. Trey says lowly that Teddy's going to be all right, but Teddy brings his hands down from shielding his eyes. He looks across the basement at a man, staring straight at him, flashing lightning brightening his features harshly. Teddy asks who the man is, and Trey tells him. He's the warden. The warden, played by Ted Levine,
I swear,
looks back at him menacingly, but Trey assures Teddy that he doesn't need to worry about him. Trey being Orderly Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has a first name.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
credited as Trey Washington, and the other Orderly is Orderly Ganton, which seems very like. But yeah, Trey Washington, Orderly Washington, same person.
I just want to say the vibe of this warden, just looking at him, you're like, oh, he's a psychopath. Like, I can just,
Yes!
Yeah.
I'm frightened on sight by this guy.
Oh, yeah.
The posture and the
Yeah.
way that he is looking at him too. Why? There's simmering hostility. There, like it is very unwelcome and scary.
Yeah.
It's Jamie Gum.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I gasped.
Yeah.
Again, I think I give myself so much time in between this that I forget even the people that are in here.
Oh, yeah. I did not remember this at all.
No.
But Trey lays Teddy back on his bed while the warden exits the room. Teddy quips that he looks like an ex-military prick, and Trey assures him that he'll get no argument from him on that front. We look down at Teddy as he lays on his pillow, the lightning shining directly onto his face. As he lets out a long sigh, in his mind, he is back in snowy Germany. But now as he walks through the devastation of Dachau, he is in a suit with that pink fronded tie. He eyes the frozen bodies, the eternally clutching little girl with her eyes closed on top. Tense piano punctuates the dread as the snow swirls around them.
The music in the score is just...
Yes.
Yeah.
He tries to walk past, but he can't help but go back. And when he looks again, the little girl has her eyes closed, but she is no longer frozen, nor is the woman she lies on top of, who is now Rachel Solando. She looks back at him with wide and unblinking eyes as the little girl, played by Ruby Gerrans, finally opens hers with a silent gasp. Teddy's breath clouds in the cold air in front of him as he watches dumbstruck. The little girl raises her head and stares at him. In a shaky whisper, she tells him, "You should have saved me. You should have saved all of us." Teddy finally walks away. Now he walks slowly through Collie's opulent and warm home, classical music taking over the tense score. But when he rounds the chair by the fireplace, it's not Naring sitting there. No. With a deep, angry scar marring his face and his mismatched eyes, Andrew Latis, played by Elias Koteas, grins at him.
Elias Koteas, I feel like, is another one of those actors that is so versatile, but does not get the credit that he deserves.
Agreed.
Oh, no. I love him. For me, he's always going to be Casey Jones. That's
Right.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in 1990. He did The Fourth Kind in 2009. The Haunting in Connecticut in 2009. And I know I've seen this goddamn movie because when I seen it, I was like, I know what that is. Gattaca?
Yeah.
He did that in 97, and I know I've seen that, and looking at it, I was like, that looks like a wild-ass movie.
I'm blown away because I forgot Fourth Kind and Haunting in Connecticut.
Yeah. He's also in Zodiac,
Yeah.
and he's in Cronenberg's Crash.
I still need to see that.
Oh, Jules had me watch it. It's very good. It's very sexual.
Yeah.
But it's very...
That's all I've heard.
It's very
Yeah.
deep. There's a lot of depth to it.
Okay. I mean, Cronenberg?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in.
Cronenberg. We should cover more Cronenberg.
Absolutely. But Andrew Latis calls him Buddy, and he bares his rotted teeth when he strikes a match and looks at it longingly. He stands up and walks over to Teddy, promising him, "No hard feelings, right?" He shrugs and laughs, closing the gap between them with the lit match thrust forward. Suddenly, a cigarette dangles from between Teddy's lips and he leans forward, allowing Latest to light it with his match. Teddy just stares at him as the smoke billows between the two men. Latest blows the match out with a smile and opens his jacket, showing the flask tucked into the inner pocket. He pulls it out, advertising it as a little something for later because he knows just how much Teddy needs it. We see Teddy's face, the light catching the metal flask, spotlighting it as he looks down. A clock begins to tick loudly, and when Teddy looks up again, it's Chuck standing there with the flask. He warns Teddy, "Clock's ticking, my friend. We're running out of time." Teddy begins to tremble, staring at Chuck, but before he can say anything, his head turns in the direction of an ear-splitting scream. But once he turns, he stands alone. No Chuck, no Latest, only Teddy, standing in his cloud of cigarette smoke that neatly and obediently retreats back into the tip of his cigarette. He sees the owner of the scream standing calmly at the other end of the luxurious room, Rachel Solando, splattered with blood. She sweetly asks him to give her a hand, and we pan down to her 3 bloody and slain children resting at her feet, the young girl and 2 younger boys, played by Aiden Cole Mitchell and Drew Beasley. The smoke continues to rush back into Teddy's cigarette, and when he steps forward toward a manic Rachel, the cigarette is gone, but he passes through a wall of its smoke. He steps right up to her, a tear spilling down his cheek, and tells her mournfully that he could get into trouble. Her face covered in innocent blood, Rachel only gazes back at him before placing a hand on his shoulder. She trembles as Teddy lowers himself to the ground. He picks up the little girl and cradles her as he brings her into another room. A bright light shines down on her as she tells him that she's dead. Teddy replies that he's so sorry, and when the girl asks why he didn't save her, he tells her that he tried to, but by the time he got there, it was just too late. He cries as he looks down at her. Suddenly, we are out on the lake, where Teddy continues to cradle the little girl, but he walks backwards. Abruptly, he stands at the shore next to Rachel. The 2 little boys float face down in the lake, and Teddy releases the little girl gently into the water. Rachel asks him, "See? Aren't they beautiful?" The girl continues to try to talk to him as she sinks down, her eyes wide and accusing, leaving bubbles in her wake. Teddy lurches up in his cot in the basement with a start.
These sequences are so successful for me.
Yeah.
The haunting and surreal imagery, the different converging locations and events and memories, the music, the way that Teddy is just going through all of it, and these little moments, the cigarette smoke,
Yeah.
the walking backwards, these things that are just off.
I will say, and maybe I'm a little ate up and a little off base, but to me, it's giving a little Lynch.
Yeah.
It's a little Lynchian, the way that it's just very surreal. It's sometimes you watch something and it is like, you're like, I know that everything that I'm looking at means something. I know that every single thing is symbolic of something. It means something. That these dream sequences are very much that. And I will say, upon a rewatch, they hit even harder.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I know I said it earlier, and it like some of the things for me seemed like something different was happening, and then here I'm like, man, these nightmares are fucking terrible. What is he dreaming about?
Yeah.
But again, watching it and like paying attention to it is like, okay, this is telling me something that I need to know, or I need to pay attention because there's something bigger here that I don't know what the fuck's going on. And it just seems like because when he had the first nightmare and then it bled into the other one, I was like, oh no. Like, what the fuck is happening? I will say the smoke going into the cigarette, I was confused when I seen it at first and I was like, why is it doing that? But then when it kind of carried on, I was like, oh, you're asleep, dude. I was like, that's fucking terrible.
And again, I must say, if you enjoy this, will you please just watch Twin Peaks?
I will.
Publicly.
I just feel like I'll be Homer Simpson on the couch going, I have no idea what's going on. But the storm continues to rattle the windows while the occupants of the rest of the cots are still asleep. Teddy pulls out his notepad and looks at Rachel's note again. The law of 4. Who is 67? He is distracted when the door across the room begins to open. It runs with leaking water, making the red door appear to be bleeding. But when the door creaks open, it's a woman that enters. Teddy watches with bated breath as the woman removes the hood of her poncho and reveals herself to be Dolores. She shivers as she walks over to him. He asks her gently, "Why are you all wet, baby?" But Dolores has no time. Trembling, she tells him that Ladis isn't dead. He isn't gone. He's still here. Teddy nods with understanding and tells her that he knows, but Dolores demands that Teddy needs to find him and kill him dead. She caresses his cheek and gently shushes him. Teddy starts to cry and revels in his wife's embrace as she continues to quiet him. When he wakes up in the basement for real, people are evacuating and there is mention of the generator room being flooded. When he sits up, Chuck stands by his bed, asking if he's all right. Teddy curses the migraine, and when Chuck holds a cigarette out to him, he takes it with a shaking hand. Lighting it for Teddy, Chuck says that the backup generators failed, so the whole place has gone crazy. He asks Teddy what he wants to do. But outside, the rain has finally stopped, and the patients are loose. They wander around as the guards and orderlies struggle to collect them. Teddy notices a downed tree that took out a piece of the razor wire, severing the electricity running through it. He asks Chuck if he thinks that the whole electric system might have been fried, and Chuck reasons that that's a distinct possibility. Teddy says that means the electronic security, the fences, the gates, the doors. Chuck proposes that it might be a nice day to take a stroll down towards C.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Without the express written permission of the National Football League?
Yeah, and the accompaniment of said National Football League. As they venture out onto the grounds, Chuck offers that they might even find Andrew Ladis. As they approach Ward C, Teddy says that Noyce told him this is where they keep the worst of the worst, the guys that even the other inmates are afraid of. Walking past scattered orderlies and eyeing the guards on the walls with their weapons drawn, Chuck asks if Noyce gave Teddy any kind of a layout, but he didn't. All Teddy knows is that there are people screaming all day and all night, and it's all iron bars. No windows. Teddy and Chuck blend in with the orderlies as they enter the leaking Ward C, because remember they still have the orderlies' uniforms.
Yeah.
When they come to the end of the hall and when a Ward C guard played by Tom Kemp comes around the corner, they both jump. Just briefly, a bright light flashes overhead before going back to normal. The guard laughs, presuming correctly that they've never been to Ward C before. They admit that this is true, and when Teddy says that they've heard stories, the guard assures them that they haven't heard shit. He says they've got most of the patients locked down, but some of them are still loose. He warns them not to try to restrain anyone if they see them, because the patients here will kill you. He asks if they're clear, and the light blazes again before he tells them to get moving. He jogs down the hall as Teddy and Chuck cautiously climb the nearby stairs. Watching this, I'm like, why does it kind of feel like he is having fun?
Yeah.
Almost to the point where I'm like, is an inmate wearing that guard's outfit?
Okay.
Like, it was, his behavior was very weird.
Like he just got one over on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very odd.
It did confuse me because, like you said a second ago, it felt everybody knows they're not supposed to be up here without escorts and so-and-so's permission, you know what I mean? And this dude's just like, oh, you guys know what to do, right? Later.
And then he jogs
yeah,
away.
he just takes off.
Yeah.
I did wonder. I was like, what the fuck?
Because it just adds to this, like, something is not right. It's weird. There's something weird.
Mm-hmm.
They pass through the gates into a large hall. The leaking here is so severe that it seems to be raining. I did see on one of those featurettes that Scorsese said that when they went into this room, this, like, grand hall, it's huge with like the domed ceiling and everything, not that kind of dome.
All right.
That
Right, not the good kind.
not the good kind.
It's architecture.
Dr. Gilligan had told the production designer that this is exactly like an area that was at Bridgewater. And he said that when he first, assumed his role there during his walkthrough, a hallway just like this, if you have seen this film, a hallway just like in this scene was completely filled with naked men just wandering. That was the state of that hospital when he got there.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is frightening.
Yes.
So he aided with the production design as well?
Yes.
Of Shutter Island?
Mm-hmm.
So one might say that this is kind of Gilligan's Island?
Hell yes. But demented laughter and harsh screams echo throughout as they slowly make their way across. Once Teddy reaches the gates on the other side, he says with certainty that Latus is here. He can feel him. Suddenly, a bald and shirtless patient jumps out from the darkness. Inmate Billings, played by Joseph McKenna, smacks Teddy in the chest, announcing, "Tag, you're it." He bolts down the hall, and despite Chuck calling after him, Teddy follows with reckless abandon.
This shot following Billings,
Yeah.
it's such a frightening angle, and it leads straight into the darkness. And it's shot so horrifically.
Yes.
Yeah. It leads into Silent Hill. That's where it
Honestly.
leads into.
Yeah.
Billings' cut and bleeding feet carry him down the shadowy, empty halls. Teddy tries his best to keep up and fails, as does Chuck in trying to keep up with Teddy. Once he exits the hall, Teddy finds himself in a labyrinth of platforms and stairs, or as John Paul said, Silent Hill, which is beyond accurate.
Mm-hmm.
When he starts to climb one, inmate Billings jumps out and grabs him from behind. Teddy's shoes slide against the wet metal stairs as Billings pulls him up the rest of the way. Once on the next landing, he presses Teddy hard against the fencing, telling him to listen. He implores that he doesn't want to leave here. Why would anyone want to leave here? He tells Teddy that they hear things about the outside world, like H-bomb tests. He asks if Teddy knows how a hydrogen bomb works, and when Teddy gives his pained reply, "With hydrogen?" Billings tells him that that's real funny. Chuck has finally made it to another locked gate, and as he calls out for Teddy, he can see the trouble he's gotten himself into. Billings says that other bombs explode, but the hydrogen bomb implodes, creating an explosion to the 1,000th or millionth degree. He asks Teddy if he gets it, and Teddy assures him that he does. This mention of implosion, I think, is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But when Billings is distracted by Chuck's advancement, Teddy is able to back him against the wall. He hits Billings until he goes down and begins to choke him. It's a lot.
It is. And but what I was thinking, because again, we're in the scary ass place. I'm like, oh, he just jumped a U.S. Marshal. He's gonna beat your ass, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was just trying to teach you about bombs.
He was.
He was doing it a little aggressively. We talk a lot about the delivery of the message.
He's passionate.
I don't need to be like pushed through this thing to learn.
We are playing a game of tag.
Yes.
Exactly.
Keep it light.
This is a little aggressive for tag.
Mm-hmm.
But when Chuck finally reaches them, Teddy is still strangling the patient. Chuck pulls him off, clearly upset with his behavior. Another Ward C guard, played by Bates Wilder, finally rushes to them, momentarily excited that they found Billings until he sees the state of him. He admonishes that they were supposed to find the patients, not kill them. But eyeing Teddy with disdain, Chuck offers that Billings jumped them. The guard asks for help peeling Billings off the floor and taking him to the infirmary, and Chuck assists him. But when Teddy tries to follow, the guard snaps at him. "Not you." He tells Teddy to take a walk, and he and Chuck head toward the infirmary, the guard lamenting that Collie's going to have his balls for this. Now, Teddy's left alone in the maze of stairs, and he continues to climb, the camera twisting above him as he steps into a long hallway. He moves forward slowly, but when a loud whisper behind him breathes out, "Latus," he turns with paranoia and horror in his eyes. He lights a match, its smoke spiraling out into the air as the small flame lights the way. When he turns forward, he lights another one to assist him in peering toward the dark rooms, but it burns down to his finger when a rattling overhead distracts him. He passes a cell where a naked man stands, spasming and shaking. In another cell, a tattooed man, played by Zayed Akil, turns his back on Teddy, revealing a portrait of Jesus on his back, dutifully wearing his crown of thorns below the scripted sentiment, "Thy will be done." He passes another, where a nude man cowers and weeps, digging into a wound on his arm and using the blood to write a message on the wall. He begs to be stopped before he kills more, and when it sounds like he utters the name Ladis, Teddy thrusts a lit match through the bars to look at him. But the man lunges for Teddy, pushing his arms through the hole and reaching out for him. Teddy backs away, up against another cell where that patient grabs on, but he's able to pull away. He lights another match, breathing heavily as he continues down this horrible hall. As he approaches a cell on the end, he finally hears the raspy croak. Ladis. Teddy approaches slowly where a man sits on a mattress on the floor, his head cradled in his hands, muttering, "You promised I'd be free of this place. You promised. You lied." He says Ladis again, and Teddy strikes another match, coming close to the cell bars to get a better look. He asks, "Ladis?" And the man inside chuckles darkly, still hiding his face. He tells Teddy that that's pretty damn funny. When Teddy starts at the patient's voice, the patient asks if he doesn't recognize it. Even after all the talks they had, after all the lies Teddy told him. Teddy tells him to show his face, which we can already see from his profile is battered. The patient tells Teddy that they told him he's theirs now, and he's never leaving here. He glances at Teddy through a swollen eye, warning that his match is about to go out. It does, burning Teddy as he drops it, and when he lights another and brings it through the bars, his patience is gone. He demands to see his goddamn face now. The patient asks why, so he can lie to him some more? He tells Teddy that this isn't about the truth, but Teddy insists that it is. It's about exposing the truth. But revealing more of his face, the patient turns and says, "It's just about you and Ladis, and that's all it's ever been about." He jumps to his feet, stepping angrily toward the cell door, realizing now that he was just incidental. He was only a way in. Teddy finally gets a look and recognizes the patient's battered face. This is George Noyce, played by Jackie Earle Haley.
It's Rorschach.
Yeah.
Yes.
He does so good.
Yeah. Another just completely underrated actor.
For
Yeah.
real. All his performances are noise.
Oh, very good. Very good. I saw you chomping at the bit.
The wheels were turning.
I was like, I gotta get
You're
it.
like,
I gotta get it.
Shut up about Rorschach for a second.
It was like double dutch.
And I'm going to let you finish.
Yeah, but I got a real good one coming up.
But he is in utter disbelief. He asserts that it's impossible. Noyce can't be here. Noyce rushes to the bars, showing off the wounds on his face, and asks Teddy if he likes it. Teddy demands to know who did this to him, and Noyce tells him that he did it. Teddy is confused, but Noyce fills him in. It's because of all of his fucking talk. Teddy's the reason he's back in here. Frantic, Teddy asks how they were able to get Noyce out of debt in prison. He promises that he'll fix this, but Noyce is positive that he's never getting out of here. He got out once. It's not happening twice. It never happens twice. Teddy asks again how they got him here, and Noyce tells him that they knew everything. They knew what he was up to, his entire plan. He chuckles humorlessly and tells Teddy snidely that this is all a game made for him. He's not investigating anything. He's just a rat in a maze. Teddy implores Noyce that he's wrong, but Noyce isn't budging. Scratching his head casually, he asks Teddy if he's been alone much since he got here. Teddy says he's been with his partner, but Noyce points out that he's never worked with him before, has he? Teddy defends that Chuck is a U.S. Marshal, but Noyce asks again insistently, "You've never worked with him before, have you?" But Teddy is sure. He knows people and he trusts Chuck. Defeated, Noyce backs away, telling Teddy, then they've already won. The match goes out and the two are shrouded in darkness, despite what I see as a window behind Noise.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
And he literally said when they went in there that there weren't.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I was like, wait a minute. But as Teddy lights another match, Noise whimpers and begins to sob. He tells Teddy that they're going to take him to the lighthouse. They're going to cut into his brain, and yelling, he reminds Teddy that he's only here because of him. Teddy assures Noise that he is not going to the lighthouse. He promises again to get him out of here, but Noise says that Teddy can't dig out the truth and kill Latus at the same time. He's going to have to make a choice. Teddy tells him that he's not here to kill anyone, and when Noise spits out that he's a liar, Teddy asserts emphatically that he's not. He swears to him. Noise shrugs, telling Teddy that she's dead and he has to let her go. And from the shrouded corner of his cell, Dolores tells Teddy to gently tell him why. Noise begs Teddy to let her go because there's no other way, but Teddy isn't even looking at him anymore. He's staring into the corner where Dolores steps closer to him. He drops the match, but the room isn't cast into darkness this time. Dolores invites him to tell Noise about the day he got her the locket. When she told him that her heart was breaking and he asked her why, and she told him it was from happiness. Noise continues to beg, becoming more heated. He yells that she's fucking with Teddy's head and she's gonna kill him. He repeats this, but Teddy isn't looking at him anymore. His eyes are filled with tears as he looks past him at Dolores. Noise yells that if Teddy really wants the truth, he has to let her go. But crying, Teddy finally looks back at him and admits that he can't. Noise tells him point blank, then you'll never leave this island. Teddy abandons his conversation with Noise and focuses back on the corner, calling out to his wife, but she is no longer there.
So in the past instances when he has seen Dolores, it's been within a dream.
Yeah.
And so this is the first time through a waking mind
Yeah.
that he is seeing her around this island.
Yeah.
And talking to her and hearing her. Yeah. Defeated, Noise settles back down onto his mattress. He tells Teddy calmly that Latus isn't in this ward. He was transferred out. And if he's not in Ward A, there's only one other place he can be. And Teddy knows. The lighthouse. He starts to leave, but Noise calls him back, offering him a sincere, God help you. Teddy runs from the hall, and when he makes it back to the maze of stairs, Chuck is there looking for him. He's the bearer of bad news, alerting him that Collie and McPherson are in the building. They heard an orderly attacked a patient, so they're looking everywhere for him, and they're on their way to the roof.
So I did want to, for a second, this whole little interaction that he has with Noise, it did make me kind of feel, I don't want to say justified in kind of what I was thinking earlier, but it's the conversation, the way it goes, was very like, oh, what are you saying? What are you telling us? Because he's saying a lot there.
And everything that he says can be taken certain ways.
Right.
Yes.
And it was very like, hold on, wait, am I getting this right? You know?
And it's funny going back, you're like, I can't believe
Yes. Yes. It's just, he's done.
Yeah.
This is such like an important scene. And we can't even really like dissect why.
Yeah.
There was this meme that went on Twitter for a while with this journalist. Apparently was working on a story for a very long time, and the subject of the story tweeted something, and the journalist was like, I've been working on this story for 2 years, and he just tweeted it out. And that's kind of how I feel about this moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
But we'll talk about it later.
But as they step out of Ward C, Teddy instructs Chuck to just keep moving. After all, they belong here. They regroup outside in the woods, and Teddy asks what happened to Chuck. Where did he go? Chuck says that once they took Billings to the infirmary, he stopped by patient records. He asks if Teddy ever found Latus, and when Teddy says no, Chuck says that he is the next best thing, Latus's intake form. But he says it's the only thing in his file. There's no photograph, no session notes, nothing. He comments that it's weird, but he hands it over to Teddy. Teddy doesn't take it, though, and he tells Chuck firmly that he'll look at it later. Confused, Chuck asks him, "What's the matter, boss?" But Teddy just repeats that he'll look it over later. He climbs up a small cliff, and when Chuck reminds him that Ash Cliff is the other way, he tells his partner that he's not going to Ash Cliff. He's going to the lighthouse to find out what the fuck is happening on this island. He and Chuck climb a huge cliff overlooking the crashing ocean, far off from the lighthouse. Teddy laments that they're too far south and they're going to have to double back. Standing boldly on that slick rock, Teddy acknowledges that there's no way they'll make it on those rocks, but there might be a path around the trees.
I just want to talk about some of the visual effects work in this shot, because we were looking at this article earlier that I brought to the table from Animation World Network, and they have a comparison of what was shot on the day versus what is shown in the film. And you see Leonardo DiCaprio and Mark Ruffalo standing on this rock built by the production, but they're standing in the middle of a forest with a long strip of blue screen underneath it. And whenever you see it in the film, all of this blue screen and the rest of the forest is completely gone. And it's just the continuation of this long, steep cliff of rock, the entire ocean, the lighthouse in the distance, none of which was there on the day in the slightest.
It's unbelievable.
It is. And they even said that portions of the rock were filmed in a national park in Maine. And then portions of the ocean, especially a shot that we'll see later where it's crashing, they had tried to film that in Maine, but they said that the intensity of the waves wasn't enough. And so they went to Big Sur in California and filmed it there. And so this shot is a combination of Massachusetts, Maine, California.
Okay.
That's wild.
So they weren't being very cooperative, huh?
I would
No.
The waves were like, I'll be in my trailer. Like, we're going to California. Fuck it.
But Chuck stops him, asking what Teddy is doing. They have the intake form proving that there is a 67th patient, despite the doctors denying repeatedly that there is one. Not to be deterred, Teddy says that he is going to the lighthouse. Chuck asks what he can do to stop him, but Teddy doesn't understand why he would want to. Chuck points out the obvious. Climbing down there while it's dark is a thin step short of suicide. But coldly, Teddy invites him to sit this one out then. Chuck reminds him that Teddy brought him into this, and now they're trapped here on this island with no one to rely on but each other. Chuckling, he says that Teddy's acting like, but Teddy interrupts with hostility. Like what? How am I acting? Chuck asks him sincerely what the hell happened back there in those cells. And after a thoughtful pause, Teddy asks Chuck what he thinks the weather is like right now back in Portland. Chuck reminds him he's from Seattle. And Teddy muses dryly, Seattle. He's trying to catch him in a lie.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because when you think about it, this is really all that he knows about him.
It is.
Yeah.
It
That's
is.
it.
That's true.
Noyce
But
was right. He's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's like, I'm going to get this motherfucker. And it's funny because it's such a like, how am I acting? So what do you think the weather's like back home in Portland? It's like, you're clearly doing something
Yeah.
here.
he's not as sly as he thinks.
No. Teddy tells Chuck that he's going forward alone. When he turns toward the trees, Chuck follows, insisting that he's going with him. But Teddy grabs him by his shirt and forces him back. He repeats that he is going alone, and Chuck finally acquiesces. And so Teddy does, climbing through the trees and the mess left from the storm until he steps back out onto the cliff ledges again. When he sees the lighthouse in the distance, he's dismayed, especially when he looks down at the dangerous waves at the base. He returns back to the cliff where he left Chuck, reporting that he knew it wouldn't take long, but he couldn't get there because the tide was up. But Chuck isn't there anymore. Teddy glances around and calls out for him before noticing a lit cigarette, streaming smoke from its strange position, perched on the cliff's edge. Teddy picks up the cigarette with horror and peers over the ledge to see someone in orderly whites laying face down on the rocks below, motionless as they're pelted with the waves.
I will say that honestly, him disappearing did confuse me a little bit. Because I know he was like, I'm going to go it alone, but then it seemed like they were there, and then he's looking around, he's calling out for him. I'm like, wait a minute. You were just there with them. What the fuck?
The sight of this face down body on these rocks.
What I'm thinking, I'm following through with this possible conspiracy. They got Chuck alone because Teddy went off on his own and they fucking killed him.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I'm thinking.
okay.
Yeah. It doesn't look good.
No.
Immediately, Teddy begins to descend the sharp and slick cliff, dangling above the unforgiving rocks and waves. Inexplicably, the intake form that Chuck tried to show him flutters up to the rock, and Teddy risks reaching out for it, snatching it and securing it within his pocket. He just shoves it in his pocket and moves on with his life.
He does a little too perfect.
I was like, how is this here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But again, where am I supposed to put it? I don't got a briefcase that I can grab right now.
I mean, fair enough, but it's like the intake form was like, read me. How is it up there right where he is?
That's true.
It's like a video game, dude.
Yes.
You saying that, T, reminds me on Assassin's Creed, I believe it is Valhalla, you have to chase pieces of paper to get different tattoos.
Really?
So you do have to chase them. They get blown by the wind, and you do have to run down and get them.
It's a bunch of intake forms. But shaking, he makes it all the way to the ground. But when he finds the spot where he had spotted the unfortunate victim, the orderly whites appear to only be the uncanny view of the rock from beneath a blanket of seaweed.
All right.
Come on, man.
It's pants and a shirt.
It is.
And I saw a hand and a head
Yeah.
as well.
Oh yeah, from up there. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No, that was a whole ass body. Yeah. The waves crash and Teddy screams out for Chuck. The only response he gets is the squeak from a rat crawling over the rocks. And when Teddy turns to look, rats begin to pour from a small hole in the cliff face. And suddenly, the rocks are infested with them.
This, again, I just want to connect a little bit to The Departed. I know Scorsese got a lot of shit about that CGI rat. It was an adorable coda to the film.
Okay.
But I think it's just another little connection.
It's the same film.
Teddy Daniels is Billy Costigan. And aside from the Departed reference, Noyce did say that he was a rat in a maze, and we see all these rats.
Oh,
Okay.
yes. He looks up to see the cave that he had questioned McPherson about on his first day here and sees that, unmistakably, there is a light inside. He yells out for Chuck, the sounds of the waves and squeaks from the rats drowning out his voice. He climbs on the rocks, avoiding and kicking the rat pack until he's able to find a path to the cave. He climbs inside, clutching a rock in his hand for defense, and is met with the welcome flickering of a fire. Against the back wall of a cave, a woman, played by Patricia Clarkson, stands in a damp patient's dress. Her feet are bare and her hands are hidden behind her back. When she asks who Teddy is, he introduces himself and tells her that he's a cop. She realizes, "You're the marshal." He asks her to remove her hands from behind her back, and she demands to know why. He tells her calmly that he just wants to make sure that what she's holding won't hurt him. With shaky breaths, the woman removes a knife from behind her back, but tells him that she'll be keeping it if he doesn't mind. Teddy tells her that that's fine with him, and he hurries to the fire she's built in the center of the cave to warm up.
I know we've said a lot about all of the faces that we are so surprised to see and recognize in this film, but Patricia Clarkson is another actor who just steals every scene that she's in.
She's great.
I remember her in 6 Feet Under. We watched her in Sharp Objects.
Yes.
Just so many different performances, and you're just kind of captivated.
Yeah.
And this is another one.
Yeah. But Teddy looks up at her with realization and says, "You're Rachel Solando, the real one." The woman, Rachel, nods. He asks her sincerely if she killed her children, and she answers him bitterly, "I never had children." She says that she was never even married, and before she was a patient, she worked at Ashcliff. Teddy presumes that she was a nurse, but she corrects him. She was a doctor. Bit sexist, but
Yeah.
she accuses him of thinking she's crazy, and he tries to deny it, but she interrupts him, pointing out that even if she says she's not crazy, that hardly helps. It's the Kafkaesque genius of it. Her feet dirty and her knees bloodied, she lowers herself painfully down to the fire across from Teddy. She continues that when people tell the world you're crazy, all of your protests just confirm it. Once you're deemed insane, everything you do is called a part of that insanity. Reasonable protests are denial, and valid fears are paranoia. Teddy agrees, and survival instincts are defense mechanisms.
Okay.
Drinking from a canteen, Rachel quips that Teddy is smarter than he looks, and that's probably not a good thing. Teddy asks what happened to her, and Rachel is candid. It started when she asked about large shipments of sodium amytal, an opium-based hallucinogen. Teddy understands that these are psychotropic drugs, and Rachel continues. She asked about the surgeries, too. She explains a transorbital lobotomy. You zap the patient with electricity, go through the eye with an ice pick, and pull out some nerve fibers. Suddenly, the patients are more obedient. She says that it's barbaric and unconscionable. These are the kinds of lobotomies that we were talking about earlier.
Right.
When that doctor was just having them line them up.
Yeah.
She asks Teddy if he understands how pain enters the body. He ventures that it depends on where you're hurt, but she tells him that's not the case. It has nothing to do with flesh. The brain controls pain. It controls everything: fear, empathy, sleep, hunger. She asks, what if you could control that? What if they could create a man that can't feel pain or love or sympathy, that can't be interrogated because he has no memories to confess? Teddy counters that you can never take away a man's memories, but Rachel cites the use of American POWs in North Korea, being turned from soldiers to traitors by brainwashing. That's what they're doing here. She says that they're creating ghosts to go out into the world and do things that sane men could never do. But Teddy says that kind of knowledge would take years of research, and Rachel agrees. Years of research and hundreds of patients. She says that in 50 years, people are going to look back and say that it all started here. She rattles the way the Nazis and the Soviets used people, and that they too used and tested patients on Shutter Island. His eyes brimming with tears, Teddy protests that they won't say that, and Rachel tries to tell him, as gently as she can, that he must understand that now they can't let him leave. Teddy says that he's a federal marshal and they can't stop him, but Rachel reminds him that she was an esteemed psychologist from a respected family. It didn't matter.
Have you been listening to a word I've been telling you?
He's like, I'm a federal marshal.
Yeah.
I worked here.
It's like, dude, please. She asks if he has any past trauma in his life. And when Teddy answers honestly yes and asks why that matters, Rachel tells him that that's the time in his life they're going to point to as the reason why he lost his sanity. When they commit him here, his friends and colleagues will think it's reasonable that he cracked after all he's been through. Teddy argues that you could say that about anyone, but Rachel tells him that the point is they're gonna say it about him. She asks how his head is. Does he have trouble sleeping, funny dreams, headaches? He admits that he is prone to migraines, and lowering her voice to a whisper, Rachel asks, Jesus, you haven't taken any pills, have you? Even aspirin? It's clear by his reaction that he has taken the aspirin. Rachel points out that he's eaten the food from the cafeteria. He's drank their coffee. She asks him if he's at least been smoking his own cigarettes, and Teddy is stricken with fear. He has to admit that he hasn't. At this point, I'm having like a montage of all the cigarettes that he's been offered and even the packs that were given to him when they got the orderly clothes. I'm like, he never had his own cigarettes.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, even on the ferry.
Yeah.
Rachel offers the consolation that it takes 36 to 48 hours for neuroleptic narcotics to build up in the bloodstream. She warns him that palsy is first. It starts in the fingertips, then it's the whole hand. Teddy looks down at his own shaking hand before cupping it in his fist. She asks if he's seen any walking nightmares lately, but Teddy asks her what goes on in the lighthouse. After a beat, she tells him simply, brain surgery. The let's open up the skull and see what happens when you pull on this kind of brain surgery. The learned it from the Nazis kind of surgery. She says that it's where the ghosts are created. Teddy asks who else on the island knows about this, and Rachel tells him everyone does. Teddy tries to deny this, certain that there's no way the orderlies and the nurses know, but Rachel tells him again firmly, everyone. The fire licks up between them as they share a long look.
So I do gotta ask, because this is a very, like, him finding this. It's like, oh, this is real,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I, again, at right now I'm like, okay, so he is he telling the truth? Is this real? Is this, I'm like, what is happening?
It's like you were right. When he's like, I'm going to blow the lid off. That it is. Everything that you thought was happening, this woman is telling you it is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like just a full confirmation of either your conspiracy or paranoia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I do think as well, this would make me think of all the things that Chuck was telling me when they were in the mausoleum.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, oh, so they knew I was coming.
I'm thinking back and I'm like, Chuck did not have to go that hard.
No.
They wanted you here and now they got you.
And then boom,
Yeah.
back to the door. It's like, come on.
Suddenly, we see Teddy asleep on the floor of the cave. He winces as a bright light shines over him. Rachel wakes him up roughly and apologetically but firmly tells him that he can't stay here. They all think she drowned and died, and if they come looking for him, they might find her too. He has to go. Teddy gets up with a frown and pulls his coat on. He promises that he'll come back for her, but pulling on her own sweater, Rachel tells him that she won't be here. She moves during the day and stays in a different place every night. Teddy offers to get her off the island, but Rachel is like, have you not heard a word I've said? The only way off the island is the ferry, and they control the ferry. She tells him coldly that he is never leaving here. Teddy stares at her for a long moment before turning to leave, but he asks her one last question. He came here with a friend, but they got separated. Has she seen him? Calm and measured, Rachel tells him matter-of-factly, Marshall, you have no friends. Teddy stares back at her from the opening of the cave and nods in cruel understanding.
I would ask, like, are you saying that as far as I can't trust anyone? Or that guy you saw me on the rock with, is he dead? Like, what?
Or that dude was talking so much shit about you, dude. Like, he fucking hates you.
Like, did I fart in my sleep? Like, is that why?
Are you mad at me?
You're not my friend either?
But what do I do now? Where do I go? What do I, like, I thought you were going to help me. You did give me a little information. What now?
But really, like, horrific
No, yeah.
information.
I feel like all you can do is go back to one of the people, but go back with all this knowledge.
Yeah.
Like, I am aware, and awareness does help.
Yeah.
It does, especially when they don't know that
Exactly.
you have the awareness.
Yeah.
But it's like, how far can that really get you?
And especially when they can dictate everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, he went crazy or whatever.
Yeah.
Or he never arrived.
Yes.
Yeah, they have all the excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially Chuck's already gone.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Teddy manages to climb back onto the cliff where he came from, and somehow, off screen, he makes it back to the road to Ashcliff. I was like, that was fast.
Yeah.
The warden stops when he comes by in his car. He's like, there you are. We were wondering when you'd show up. He invites Teddy to take the passenger seat, and with his jaw clenched, Teddy does. They drive off.
So we had made a lot of comments about the vibe of this warden earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me? The way that he seems now, is his uniform giving off more like SS vibes than it was previously?
Oh, yeah.
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 What's
It's an interesting development
Mm-hmm.
that we can talk about in a little bit. The warden presumes that Teddy was taking a leisurely stroll, and blinking roughly, Teddy says that he was just looking around. The warden asks if he enjoyed God's latest gift. When Teddy doesn't understand, the warden repeats himself, indicating the sky above them. God's gift, the violence. He elaborates that when he came downstairs and saw the tree in his living room, it reached out to him like a divine hand. He asserts that God loves violence, and when Teddy says that he hasn't noticed that, the warden chuckles. He asserts that Teddy has noticed that. Why else would there be so much of it? It's in us. It's what we are. He says that we wage war, burn sacrifices, pillage, plunder, tear at our brother's flesh. Why? Because God gave us violence to wage in his honor. Teddy argues that he thought God gave us moral order, but the warden says simply that there is no moral order as pure as this storm. There is no moral order at all. It's only, can my violence conquer yours? Teddy argues that he's not violent, but glancing at him as he continues to drive, the warden says that that's not true. He's as violent as they come, and he knows this because the warden is also as violent as they come. If societal constraints were lifted and the warden was the only thing standing between Teddy and his next meal, he would crack his skull with a rock and eat his meaty parts. He's like, wouldn't you? It's like, what? I just woke up.
Yeah, you're talking about violently coming and all that.
All right. A little decorum. This was not in the screenplay.
But Teddy doesn't answer, so the warden continues. He shares that Collie thinks Teddy is harmless and can be controlled, but he knows different. So I'm like, y'all are talking about me?
Yeah.
Why are you talking about me? Teddy says quietly that the warden doesn't know him, but the warden insists that he does. They've known each other for centuries. He finally stops the car in front of a downed tree leading to the main building of Ashcliff. Teddy turns to get out of the car, but the warden grabs his shirt and holds him in place. He leans toward him with a sly look on his face, and in a conversational tone, the warden asks Teddy, "If I were to sink my teeth into your eye right now, would you be able to stop me before I blinded you?" The wildness in his own eyes barely restrained, Teddy invites him to give it a try. With a pat on the shoulder, the warden tells him, "That's the spirit."
What an odd... I understand. It's not a bold thing for me to say, but what an odd question.
What a weird thing to ask me, dude.
I get it, though.
The warden settles back down into his seat and gives Teddy a small grin. Teddy gets out of the car, and when he shoots an angry look back over his shoulder, the warden drives away as if nothing ever happened.
I'm sorry. I'm starting to think you're not a real marshal.
I'm starting to think that you're all fucking with me. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, maybe that.
The warden just said all this shit to me, and he's cosplaying as fucking a Nazi or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? Why are you saying this to me? Why are you and Collie talking about me?
Yeah.
Why are you like, it's very, I know that he did attack that. He did attack Billings.
He did.
But as far as he knows, you don't know about that.
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm violent? What are you talking about? Naring is fucking analyzing me at Collie's house. It feels conspiratorial.
And I remember we were talking about it on our Pan's Labyrinth episode where the Fawn said, "Oh, I go by many names."
Yeah.
The "I've known you" or "we've known each other for centuries" is a very peculiar and unsettling line.
Yeah. The way I kind of took it to you saying that, T, is maybe kind of like when people are like, "I know my own kind."
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I've done bad things. I know what I can see.
This thing in me recognizes this thing in you, and we've always had this. Like, yeah, it's very disturbing.
Yeah.
He's like, "What size is that orderly uniform?"
Teddy enters the main building to find that the doors that were so strictly locked immediately behind him are not only unlocked, but standing open in flagrant disregard to the sign declaring they must be locked at all times. The room where they checked in when they arrived to the island is completely empty, and Teddy stands in confusion until the door opens and orderlies and nurses flood out. As orderlies bring a patient past Teddy to bring him back to his room, Teddy eyes Dr. Collie, walking with Bridget Kearns on his arm. She looks nervous, and Collie leaves her in the care of an orderly and another doctor when he spots Teddy and approaches him. He asks where he's been, and Teddy gives the flimsy response that he was just wandering and looking at Collie's island. Collie says that he forgot that Teddy will be leaving now that Rachel's been found, and with a poor poker face, Teddy agrees. He looks past Collie at Peter Breen, talking with the doctor and Glenn Miga, who tells him sternly when his gaze flits up to Teddy, "Stop looking at him." As Bridget begins to grow frantic in her conversation with the other doctor, Teddy asks if they were having a big meeting in there. Collie admits that they were. Apparently, there was an unidentified man in Ward C yesterday who subdued a dangerous patient. Teddy feigns ignorance, but Collie continues. That unidentified man had a long conversation with a paranoid schizophrenic named George Noyce. Teddy's like, But when he looks across the room, both Nurse Marino and Trey Washington are staring at him. Teddy takes out his notepad, asking if it's true that Noyce is delusional, and Collie repeats that he is and provides anecdotal proof. 2 weeks ago, a patient got so wound up by Noyce's stories that he beat Noyce up. He offers Teddy a cigarette, but Teddy politely declines on the grounds that he's quit.
A connection is made.
Yeah,
Did you say last week that happened?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks?
Yeah, he fucked him up.
Whoever it was.
Yeah. Whoever it was. Collie takes out his own pipe, presuming that Teddy will be leaving on the ferry. And Teddy agrees to this, telling Collie, I think we've got all we came for. Lighting his pipe, Collie casually asks, we, Marshall? Teddy takes this opportunity to ask, have you seen him? Collie doesn't seem to know what he's talking about, and Teddy elaborates, my partner, Chuck. Collie takes a puff of his pipe, and as the resulting smoke dances in the air between them, he drops the bomb. You don't have a partner, Marshall. You came here alone.
This moment, first watch, I'm thinking they've obviously killed Chuck.
Yeah. I'm like, it's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
And they're setting into motion what Rachel said in the cave.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
making you out to be insane.
Yes.
It did, but again, when he said that, I was like, oh my God.
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's just too much. Like, I can't deal. Teddy stares back at Collie wordlessly, but the doctor isn't finished. Becoming agitated, he tells Teddy that he's built something valuable here, and valuable things are misunderstood in their own time. Everyone wants a quick fix, but he's trying to do something that people, including Teddy, don't understand, but he's not giving it up without a fight. Everyone behind him is staring at them now, and Teddy offers a polite smile when he tells Collie, I can see that. Composing himself again, the doctor asks Teddy to tell him about his partner, and Teddy replies, what partner? Behind Collie, Bridget Kearns busts out laughing and nods in Teddy's direction. Finally alone in the showers, Teddy catches his breath under the streaming water and looks once again down at his hands. When he hears something in the next room, he turns the water off and jerks his head in that direction. Fully dressed in another white orderly uniform, he peers into an office where Trey sits at a desk next to a pinball machine, flipping through a magazine. Quietly, from a suit folded by the door, Teddy slowly pulls out his pink floral tie and leaves down the hall.
Teddy retrieving this tie, I think it's a good time to talk a little bit about the costume design in this film.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The costume designer is a woman called Sandy Powell. She's actually a 3-time Oscar winner.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Once for The Aviator.
Okay.
She's worked on a ton of Scorsese films. I know she did Wolf of Wall Street and a few others. So again, it's kind of this assembling of this team that he is so comfortable with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But she also worked on Interview with the Vampire with Dante Ferretti.
Huh.
All right.
But one thing that she had talked about in an interview that I read, I think it was part of the production notes, but she was talking about this difficulty in sourcing modern fabrics to hold the weight of vintage fabrics on screen. And so you do have a lot of outfits and a lot of costumes that look so clearly of their era, but there was such a difficulty in crafting them in the modern day.
Wow.
And so when they couldn't source fabrics that could mimic these old fabrics, they weaved them themselves for the production.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. But another thing that's really interesting is the choice of colors, because she thought of it instinctively, almost like a psychological thing to associate certain colors with certain characters.
Mm-hmm.
But the very interesting thing is the choice of Dolores to have the color yellow, if we're talking color theory.
Okay.
Mm.
But the other thing that was really interesting that she had said was that when you're looking at the events of Shutter Island, the film, it really only takes place over the span of like 3 to 4 days.
Yeah.
And so there's not a lot of varied or like a variety of costumes. And so the thing is that makes it so interesting is that you see Teddy in this orderly uniform, but she said there were 44 versions of Teddy's orderly uniform.
Damn.
So
You notice when he comes back from being in the cave, he is fucking filthy.
yeah.
Okay.
Like him being out in the woods,
Yeah.
it does like deteriorate.
Mm-hmm. And you don't think about that.
No, that reminds me of the wedding dress in Ready or Not,
Yes.
where they had so many versions, so many
okay.
stages of like fucked upness. But when Teddy sees orderlies coming around the corner, he turns and heads the other way, only to come to a door where he is met face to face with Dr. Naring. He asks if he's going somewhere, and Teddy stammers out the excuse that he was headed out to the ferry. Naring tells Teddy gently that he needs to go in the other direction for that. He offers that if Teddy would wait a moment, he'll find someone to escort him there. But as he's speaking, Naring's hand has dipped into the pocket of his white coat, and it is rather clumsily grasping at a syringe. The syringe is fully visible. Teddy eyes this and restrains the doctor before he can get it out. He yanks him into the nearby room and presses him against the wall, gaining the syringe for himself and demanding to know what's in it. Naring assures him that it's only a sedative. It's just a precaution. Teddy's hand shakes as he holds the syringe threateningly up to Naring's neck. But Naring just laughs at this. He asks Teddy what he's going to do. Kill him? Teddy asks him bitterly if that's what he thinks he deserves. But Naring asks what his crime was. Provoking him? As Teddy lowers the syringe, the doctor asks rhetorically, what doesn't provoke Teddy? Remarks? Words? But Teddy adds bitterly, Nazis? Naring agrees, that too, but also memories and dreams. He asks Teddy if he knows that the word trauma comes from the Greek word for wound and the German word for dream, ein Traum.
Before he even said it, I was, because of my German lessons in college, I was like, I know this. Holy
Yeah.
shit. That is an amazing line.
Put an A on
Yeah.
that bad boy. You
And
got
that's it.
trauma. He tells Teddy gently that wounds can create monsters, and Teddy is wounded. He asks if he wouldn't agree that when you see a monster, you must stop it. Staring back at Naring, Teddy has to agree. But any ground that the doctor thinks he's gained is quickly lost when Teddy stabs him in the shoulder with the syringe and lowers him to the ground, stifling his whimpers with his hand. He's like, that's enough of that.
Yeah.
No more of that.
There is so much going on so quickly after he is brought back by the warden
Yeah.
that you don't even stop to think. You're like, why would Dr. Naring be in the laundry area?
That's a really good
Yeah.
question.
Like, why is he even here?
Yeah.
Unless...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But Teddy sprints outside, hiding and dodging overworked orderlies. But once they're gone, he realizes that the small stone wall he's hiding behind is a parking space. He pulls the tarp off of a maroon 1947 Buick Roadmaster, shiny and gleaming. He gets inside the car and quickly gets to work. He finds a book of matches, and once he starts to wrap a small pebble in his tie, Dolores appears at his window. She gently asks what he's doing, and he freezes. She reminds him that he needs to get to the ferry, but he whispers, no. He pinches the bridge of his nose, and she disappears. He gets out of the car, muttering that if the world thinks Chuck is dead, he's perfect for their experiments, and there's only one place they would take him. Opening the lid for the gas tank, he glares at the lighthouse in the distance. As he shoves his tie into the gas tank, Dolores appears again, warning him that if he goes there, he's going to die. But Teddy reminds her that Chuck is his partner. If they're holding him there or hurting him, he has to save him. He says regretfully that he can't lose anyone else. Dolores begs him not to do this, not to go. But Teddy looks up at Dolores and down at the tie in his hands. He tells her that he's sorry. He loves this because she gave it to him. But the truth is that it's one fucking ugly tie.
He's right.
He's not wrong. She looks back at him sadly, but Teddy strikes a match and lights the bit of tie still sticking out of the car before sprinting away to take cover behind a tree.
Look, man, I love that you want to save Chuck. I like, hell yeah. You need to get off the island.
You do.
You just
And
need to get off the
honestly,
island.
really, how much he cares to save Chuck is
Yeah.
kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, honestly. I was also thinking like just the urgency and the tone of her voice of her telling him not to do this.
Yeah.
It is very different from her telling him not to explode a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I was also thinking as well, the fact that his clothes are gone, where's his marshal badge? Like, even if he leaves the island, is there any way to convince,
Like what does that
Yeah,
look like?
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah. He looks expectantly back at the car, but instead, he sees the little girl moving in slow motion, walking towards the parking space. She walks to a waiting Dolores, standing in front of the car, who takes her hand. They both look longingly at Teddy, and he only has time to whisper, "No," before the car ignites. The explosion engulfs Dolores and the little girl, and once it clears, they're still standing, unharmed, still staring at him.
did anybody else think we were going to get a Silent Hill moment where they were like, I'm burning? Like, I really expected it. And then when it cleared and they were still there, it was more haunting.
Way
Yeah.
more haunting. It's like that old video of the guy who thinks the bear fell in the river and he's like, no! Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Guards and orderlies, of course, notice the explosion and come running, but Teddy runs too. He sprints away into the trees and finds himself to the part of the wall ruined by the fallen tree. He scales it and on the other side finds himself on the rocky shoreline overlooking the fabled lighthouse. The tense score mounts as Teddy takes one more intense look at that lighthouse before jumping and plunging himself into the water. He swims carefully as he approaches the lighthouse's island, avoiding the gaze of the young guard played by Gabriel Hansen. Praising all of the points that he put into stealth, Teddy waits until the guard's back is turned to make his move. Grabbing him from behind like it's manhunt, he's able to throw the guard down onto the rocks and take his rifle. This was so like, it felt like it was going to be like some stealth mission because he's like avoiding being seen. And then he's just like, rah, like just takes him down. Pointing the rifle down at the guard's fearful face, Teddy warns him not to move. The guard asks if Teddy is going to kill him, and Teddy assures him that he won't. He's just going to bash his brains in. No. But instead of killing him, he knocks him out with the butt of the rifle and takes off toward the lighthouse, armed. He races up the rocks to the gate, which he smacks open with the butt of the rifle. And as the music reaches its loudest crescendo, Teddy opens the door to the lighthouse. As it swings open, the music completely stops. The inside of the lighthouse is quiet and unremarkable, save for a tight spiral staircase. Without hesitation, Teddy runs up.
This looks so cool, him running up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
I know we see him start and then like the room kind of spins around him when he gets a little further up.
Mm-hmm.
But I really enjoyed this because it kept me in like the tension, or like it made me like, what's going on?
Yes.
Why does it look this way?
You feel off kilter.
Yeah.
There is really something surreal about the way he runs up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I looked at that Animation World Network article, you can see that it's really only about half, if even that, of the spiral staircase that's even real.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
And there's like a large green screen up at the top that gives the visual effects team the ability to extend it all the way up to the roof.
Okay.
That is
okay.
incredible.
And I know I mentioned earlier that some shots are fairly obvious which ones.
Right.
Other ones are so surprisingly well done that you don't even notice.
Mm-hmm.
I read in that article as well that there were, or I think it was nearly 650 visual effects shots in this film.
What?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But when Teddy reaches the first landing, he checks the small room. Empty. He returns to the stairs and runs up to the second landing, only to find that small room empty as well. He finally reaches the top of the stairs, and the rifle trembles uncontrollably in his hands as he points it to the closed door in front of him. Teddy brings his ear to the door, listening for any movement inside, and gathering himself, he swiftly kicks the door open, throwing himself inside, dropping to his knees in a trained stance with the rifle pointed forward. The gun points directly, at Dr. Colley, sitting calmly behind a desk in this strange office at the top of the lighthouse. He's not surprised to see Teddy at all, let alone in his agitated state, and with a cool voice, he simply asks him, "Why are you all wet, baby?"
Doctor.
At first I was like, I'm sorry, what?
What are we?
But the second nightmare.
Yeah.
Teddy asks him what he just said, but Colley tells him he knows exactly what he said. Teddy slams the door he just came through and checks the doors in the office leading out to the deck of the lighthouse. He points the rifle forward each time, waiting on someone to be there, but Colley tells him flatly that the rifle is empty, by the way. Teddy checks it and slams the door shut, leaning against it and looking back at Colley with wild eyes. Keeping his calm and conversational tone, with a slight air of disappointment, Colley invites Teddy to sit down across from him. This is when Teddy notices the reels recording this conversation, as well as his gun and marshal's badge set neatly on the desk. Colley advises him to dry off or he'll catch a cold, and still on edge, Teddy finally sets the useless rifle down. The doctor asks how badly Teddy hurt the guard, and Teddy stammers out a lie. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Keeping an eye on him, Colley picks up a phone. He tells the person on the other end, "Yes, he's here." Then he instructs them to have Dr. Sheehan take a look at someone before sending him up. Teddy catches this and asks suspiciously if Dr. Sheehan came in on the ferry this morning. His jaw set, Colley tells him, "Not exactly." He reminds Teddy that he blew up his car, and he really loved that car. Teddy offers a dry apology as he walks around to the side of the desk. Colley points out that Teddy's tremors are getting really bad, and when Teddy looks down at his hands, the doctor asks about the hallucinations. As if summoned, Dolores speaks to him again from the corner of Noyce's cell. "Get out of here, Teddy. This place is going to be the end of you." When he looks at her, the light goes dark and she's shrouded in shadow. Teddy blinks this away, his hand shaking violently, and lies to the doctor that the hallucinations aren't bad. Colley warns him that they'll get worse, but Teddy assures him that he already knows this. Dr. Solando already told him about the neuroleptics. Colley leans forward, intrigued, and asks when this happened. Teddy reveals that he found Dr. Solando in a cave by the cliffs, but he says that Colley will never get to her. Colley accepts that he won't ever get to her, considering she's not real, which is kind of rude.
Yeah. There are a few things in this scene.
Little out of pocket.
Yeah.
He tells Teddy that his delusions are even more severe than he thought they were. He tells him gently that he's not on neuroleptics. In fact, he's not on anything at all. Holding out his trembling hand, Teddy demands to know what's causing this then, and Colley tells him, withdrawal. Teddy balks at this. He hasn't had a drink since he's been here, but that's not what the doctor means. It's withdrawal from chlorpromazine. He admits that he's not a fan of pharmacology, but in Teddy's case, Teddy tries to clarify the name of the medication, and Colley tells him it's the same thing they've been giving Teddy for the past 24 months. Disgusted, Teddy realizes that for the last 2 years, Colley's had someone slipping him drugs in Boston.
He's committed.
This man is fighting for his goddamn life.
No, dude, no.
Yeah. Oh, honey.
Well, he is committed. I didn't mean that.
But the doctor refutes this. Not in Boston. Here. You've been here for 2 years. He tells Teddy that he is a patient of the institution.
I know they don't do it in the film, but in this moment, I felt like a dolly zoom on me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, here we go.
Yeah.
Tell me so I can understand.
Yeah. Buckle in.
Yeah.
Teddy doesn't even blink. He asks if Colley really thinks that after everything he's seen on this island, he's going to be able to convince him that he's crazy. He reminds Colley that he's a U.S. Marshal, asking if he has any idea the kind of people he has to deal with every day. But Colley corrects him. You were a U.S. Marshal. He consults the file in front of him and hands over an intake form, telling him it's what he broke into Ward C for. It's proof of the 67th patient. Teddy blinks harshly as Colley looks the paper over. He muses Teddy's thought that if he had gotten to the mainland, this paper would have blown the lid off this place, but he couldn't even find the time to look it over himself.
It's astounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand he had a lot going on, but when he shoved it into his shirt, when
Yeah.
Chuck told him about it,
It's then, and I understand at this moment after the conversation he just had being suspicious of Chuck.
yeah,
But you'd still look. You'd still want to
Yeah.
see.
you're a marshal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way that things move so quickly after that, I forgot about the intake form.
Fair?
Yeah.
But he hands it to Teddy now, inviting him to read it. And Teddy does. He mutters the notes of the patient, a highly intelligent and highly delusional decorated Army veteran that was present for the liberation of Dachau. His hands trembling, he continues to read. Former U.S. Marshal, proclivities for violence, no remorse for his crime because he doesn't acknowledge that the crime took place. At the mention of highly developed fantastical narratives that the patient uses to avoid facing the truth of his actions, Teddy throws the paper back at Collie. He asserts that he's had enough and demands to know where Chuck is. Seeing that he's getting nowhere, Collie rises to his feet, offering to try this another way. He reminds Teddy that his wife's maiden name was Chanel. Teddy warns him not to talk about Dolores, but Collie tells him with little remorse that he's afraid he has to. He pulls a sheet off of a board with 4 names written neatly. Next to each other are the names Edward Daniels and Andrew Ladis. Beneath them are the names Rachel Solando and Dolores Chanel. Collie asks Teddy if he sees anything that the 4 names have in common. And he tells him, it's your rule of 4. But Teddy isn't even looking at the board. He's threatening that if Collie did anything to Chuck, he's in violation of federal law. But Collie tries to narrow his focus to the board, imploring him, focus, Andrew. What do you see?
They all have an ass. I don't know. What,
Yeah. What do you want from me? And who's Andrew? As Teddy stares with wild and frantic eyes, Collie answers his own question. Edward Daniels is an anagram of Andrew Ladis, just as Rachel Solando is an anagram of Dolores Chanel. Teddy tries to dismiss this with a humorless laugh, informing Collie that these tactics are not going to work on him. Now is also a good time to point out that Shutter Island is an anagram of truths and lies.
Oh, okay.
Just throwing that out there.
Very good.
Yeah.
But the doctor promises to give him the truth he's been looking for. Your name is Andrew Ladis. The 67th patient of Ashcliffe is you. Teddy is adamant that this is bullshit, but Collie continues. He was brought here 24 months ago by court order. His crime was so terrible that he can't forgive himself for it, so he invented another self. Teddy's breathing begins to come out in ragged gasps. He stammers out a plea for Collie to get down to the facts, but the doctor's reveal is a train that can't be stopped. He says that Teddy created a story where he's not a murderer, he's a hero. He's still a U.S. Marshal, and he's only at Ashcliffe to work a case. He's uncovered a conspiracy, so any news of the truth can be dismissed as lies. When the doctor calls him Andrew, Teddy asserts that his name is Edward Daniels, but Collie is fed up. He's been hearing this fantasy for 2 years now, and he knows every detail. He rattles them off. Patient 37, the storm, Rachel Solando, his missing partner, the dreams. He reasons that Teddy was at Dachau, but he is unclear if he killed any guards. After a sigh, Collie confesses that he really does wish he could just let him live in this fantasy world, but he can't. He points out that Teddy is trained and violent. He's the most dangerous patient here. He says that he's injured patients and guards, and just 2 weeks ago, he attacked George Noyce. But Teddy yells that he's on to Collie. He's the one who had Noyce beaten. But Collie denies this with some offense. Teddy demands to know why he would ever touch Noyce, and Collie tells him exactly why. Because Noyce called him Ladis, and he would do anything to not be him. He presents Teddy with the transcript from the conversation he had with Noyce yesterday, and he reads something we've heard, but with just the slightest tweak of inflection. This is about you and Ladis. That's all it's ever been about.
I swear.
I got fucking goosebumps. I can't deal. I can't, because he did say that.
Yeah.
And then you really fucking think back to everything that Noyce said.
He gave up everything.
Yeah.
Ah,
Plainly.
yeah. Teddy snatches the transcript away and looks for himself, correcting Collie that Noyce was saying this is about him and Ladis. But Collie quotes what Noyce told him when Teddy asked about his face. "You did this." Teddy counters that he just meant it was his fault, but Collie tells him firmly, "You almost killed him." He continues that the board of overseers and the warden want something done. They've decided that if Teddy can't be brought back to reality right now, permanent measures will be taken to ensure he can't hurt anyone again. Looking into his eyes, he tells him, "They'll lobotomize you, Andrew. Do you understand?" Teddy nods that he understands just fine. He sums up that if he doesn't play along with Collie's game, Dr. Naring is going to turn him into one of his ghosts. He asks again about Chuck, if Collie is really going to tell the U.S. Marshal's office that Chuck was a defense mechanism too. As if summoned, the door behind Teddy opens and Chuck walks in, clean and dressed smartly in a suit, lit with a brilliant light behind him that extinguishes when he closes the door. With some regret, he tells Teddy, "Hello, boss." He walks over to them as Teddy looks between his partner and the doctor in a stunned silence. Lowering his voice as a wave of desperation crashes over his rage, he asks Chuck quietly, "What's going on? Is he working for Collie?" Chuck apologizes. He reasons that there wasn't any other way. Someone had to keep him safe. Teddy corrects him. "You mean watch me every minute." He asks who Chuck really is. Chuck asks if he really doesn't recognize him. He's been his primary psychiatrist for the last 2 years. He's Lester Sheehan.
The betrayal. I thought you were my friend.
I can't deal. I can't deal. It's too many bombs exploding.
Yeah.
It's again identity. He can't take anymore. Confusion and disgust boiling over. Teddy reminds him. He told him about his wife. He climbed down a cliff to save him. He risked everything to come in here after him. I moved houses for you. Again? I don't know. But it's really sad because he did.
Yeah.
Chuck tells him sympathetically that he knows, but Collie interjects that he's running out of time. He says that he swore before the board that he could construct the most radical and cutting-edge role play that has ever been attempted in psychology, with the hope that if they let Teddy play it all out, he could see how impossible his story really was.
The description of it as a radical cutting-edge role play.
Yeah.
I understand because there was a lot of mixed reception towards this twist.
Yeah.
I understand how it might be too much or might not work for some people.
Yeah.
For me, it's all the seeds.
Yeah.
That makes it work for me. That to me, I feel like even this reveal, even though the showing of the names on the board is a little hokey.
Yeah.
I liked it.
It is fantastic.
Yeah. And role playing makes sure everybody agrees, because I don't think Noyce agreed to getting his ass beat.
No. That wasn't part of it.
Well, it was before. They were pre-party.
I know that radical and cutting edge are really big words. I still feel like they're not big enough to describe.
No. Hell no.
And I also understand this concept of every patient and every member of the staff also being in on it is pretty big narratively. But I think what we talked about a little bit off mic as far as perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's a little get out of jail free card.
It is. He tells Teddy that he's had the run of the entire place for 2 days. Where are the Nazi experiments? Where are the satanic operating rooms? Teddy tries to stammer out an answer, but nothing comes. And when he looks over at Chuck, he deflates, finally lowering himself to the chair. Addressing him as Andrew, Chuck tells him soothingly to just listen. If they have failed with him, everything they've tried will be discredited. Collie lowers himself in front of Teddy. He tells him that they're on the front lines of a war, and now it all comes down to him. Teddy contemplates this sadly, and when everyone's guard is finally down, he snatches up his gun from the desk, screaming at them not to move. Collie and Chuck both back away, Chuck imploring Teddy not to do this. But when he calls him Andrew, Teddy screams that his name is Edward Daniels, and he can tell by the weight that this gun is loaded. Collie asks if he's sure that's his gun, and Teddy screams back that he knows it is. His initials are carved in the side, and there's a dent from when he was shot at. He swears that Collie isn't going to fuck with his mind this time. Collie invites him to blast away then, because that's the only way he's leaving this island. Teddy pauses for a moment before pulling the trigger multiple times. Dr. Collie's blood sprays the board with the names behind him, splattering the white with red, but his expression remains the same, and he stays standing. Teddy whirls the gun on Chuck, but Collie implores him, "Andrew, please don't." Teddy pulls the gun back toward Collie, and the blood is gone. He stands there as if nothing ever happened. Teddy peers at the gun in shock before lowering it and breaking it in half with his hands. He asks what they've done to his gun, but Chuck reveals that it's just a toy. He asserts with a kindness that they've been telling him the truth, but the kindness turns bitter when Chuck continues that Dolores was manic depressive and suicidal. Teddy drank and stayed away from her, choosing to ignore what everyone told him. Teddy trembles as Chuck continues. Teddy moved them to the lake house after Dolores purposefully set their apartment on fire. This is the line for Teddy. Screaming, he lunges at Chuck, pinning him to the wall and screaming that he's lying. When Collie tries to break them up, Teddy pushes him so hard that he stumbles back to his desk. He picks pictures up and returns to Teddy, thrusting one in his face. It's a little boy, pale and lifeless, lying in the grass of the lake's shore. He flips to the next one, another little boy. He identifies them as Simon and Henry, Teddy's children. Teddy stammers that he never had children, but Collie tells him. His wife drowned them in the lake by their cabin. He flips to the final picture, the little girl. Teddy says that he never had a little girl, but Collie reminds him that she's the one he keeps seeing, keeps dreaming of, the one who tells him over and over again that he should have saved her, saved them all. It's his daughter, Rachel. Calling him Andrew again, he asks if he's really denying that she ever lived. Teddy finally takes the pictures and looks longingly at the lost little girl, his eyes brimming with tears. Dolores speaks up again, crying as she steps to him with damp hair. She tells him that she's so sorry and says again that she told him if he came in here, it would be the end of him. The little girl stands between them now, and when Teddy looks down at her, she holds a dripping hand out to him. Now, this next part is a lot. It is very heavy, warning. But suddenly, we are in the lake house as Teddy returns home, reporting that they finally got who they were looking for, and after the search, he could sleep for a week. He calls out for his wife, but immediately goes to the kitchen, pours himself a shot, and drinks it down. A preacher's voice echoes through the house from a player as Teddy continues to call out to her. But when he reaches the open back door, he finally spots her. He pushes the screen open, fully revealing Dolores sitting with her back to the house, swaying lightly on the swing. Mournful strings mount as Teddy steps outside and calls out to his wife. She turns toward him, but her face is unreadable by shadows. She stands, dripping in her yellow floral dress, and walks over to him. His eyes narrowed, he asks her, "Baby, why are you all wet?" Instead of answering, she tells him that she missed him and plants a kiss on his lips. In his confusion, he doesn't kiss her back, and she tells him calmly that she wants to go home. Teddy reminds her that she is home. He takes a look around, the outside silent except for birds and bugs. He asks where their kids are. She answers that they're at school, but Teddy holds her face with both hands, gently focusing her gaze on him. He tells her that it's Saturday. School's not in on Saturday. Looking up at him with a wicked grin, Dolores counters, "My school is." Teddy looks past her at the lake, where 3 small lumps rise from the stillness of the water. His breath reduced to shudders as his mind puts the pieces together. He calls out for God. He pushes Dolores out of the way and runs to the water, jumping inside and swimming to the small dress poking out of the water.
The glimpses of this that we saw through Teddy's nightmares, and now seeing it, how it truly played out in real life, it's unbelievably haunting and horrific.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It put me in the mind of this painting. There's this lyric from Radiohead in the song All I Need, and the lyrics from that song are a reference to the painting, which is why it was so fresh in my mind. But it's this painting called Ophelia by John Everett Millay, and it's of Ophelia from, I think, Hamlet floating in a lake just before I think she drowns, if I'm not mistaken. But the color palette and the way that we saw it previously, it did put me in the mind of that painting a lot.
Yeah.
Oddly, whenever I search this painting, they have comparisons of that scene to a scene in the film Melancholia. But I feel it also here. And it's interesting because all of the articles that talk about that comparison also talk about the comparison of the scene in Shutter Island to The Kiss.
They're like, not this.
Yeah, so it's like all these articles telling me I'm wrong, but I don't feel wrong.
It's how you feel. You can't be wrong.
Then I'm right.
All right. But Teddy turns his daughter over and wipes her hair from her face. He begs God as he tries to breathe life back into her. But when it's clear she's too far gone, he sobs. He throws her over his shoulder and finds his sons, screaming and begging. Holding all three of his children, he cries out to the sky and, sobbing, makes his way back to the shore. Later, he carries his daughter to the grass where he has lain her brothers, their limp arms crossed over their small chests. He places a kiss on her forehead before settling down on the grass and looking at the three of them. He pulls off Rachel's shoe and holds her tiny foot, but the moment is broken with a discordant piano note as Dolores comes over. She sits in her husband's lap, cradling his face. With a smile, she says they can bring them inside and set them at the table. They'll dry them off and dress them, and the children will become their living dolls. With another disturbing strike of the piano, she offers with a smile that tomorrow they can take them for a picnic. Teddy shakes beneath her touch, and when he looks up at her, his eyes are red and wet. He begs her that if she's ever loved him, please stop talking. Dolores begins to cry now, maintaining that she does love him. Her hand clutches his shirt and she pants as she cries harder. She begs for him to set her free. Pressing her forehead into his, she says that they'll give them baths. Teddy tells Dolores that he loves her, and she promises that she loves him too. And in this moment, face to face, sharing breath and tears, a gunshot rings out. Teddy shoots his wife in the stomach, and she falls away from him, landing perfectly in line with her slain children. Teddy dissolves into sobs, holding the bullet wound in her dress as the blood pours up to her face. In the room in the lighthouse, he loses his footing and a bright light flashes as he crumples to the floor. This is devastating. Honestly, like, genuinely hard to watch.
Yeah.
It's gut-wrenching. It's heartbreaking. It's terrible.
I want to say anger, but I don't know if it was anger more than feeling helpless or like putting myself in this, like trying you can't, like everything is wrong. It's just not like this shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. Michelle Williams had talked about having trouble even like embodying Dolores and what she has done and why someone would do this. But Dr. Gilligan explained to her the concept and the complexities of altruistic homicide, and even shared stories of some mothers that he had worked with, and conveyed the sympathy that he felt for them, that they are unwell. It's not malicious. It's just awful. It's terrible. And she was able to kind of understand more to even play this. But I can't imagine how difficult this was.
Yeah.
Leonardo DiCaprio said that he was particularly proud of this scene because he didn't realize how difficult it would be for him. And even Martin Scorsese said all the time that the two of them have worked together, this is the hardest that their work has ever been.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
And I will just say on a technical level, the way that this scene unfolds, the way the shots unveil so much, the way that the sound design, that gunshot cuts through everything in such a shocking way. It's just so artfully done, the most horrific thing imaginable.
Yes. Andrew Latis, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, wakes up later in the bed in his cell. The woman he believed to be the first Rachel is in nurse's whites tending to him. He mutters the name Rachel again and again, and as he sits up, Dr. Lester Sheehan, played by Mark Ruffalo, asks him, "Rachel who?" And he has to admit, "Rachel Latis, my daughter."
This nurse who portrayed Rachel 1 has chosen a noble profession, but I do feel that she should try acting a little because she has
She's got the chops, yeah.
She has it. Because that was incredible.
It was.
Yeah.
The warden steps in to watch Collie ask Andrew why he's here. Andrew tells him soberly, "Because I killed my wife." And when the doctor asks why he did that, he tells them, "Because she murdered our children and she told me to let her go." Sheehan asks who Teddy Daniels is, and cradling his head in his hand, Andrew admits that he doesn't exist. Neither does Rachel Solando. He made them up. Sheehan and Collie insist that they need to hear him say why, and so, averting their eyes as the warden watches on, Andrew tells them. He tells them how after Dolores tried to take her life the first time, she said there was an insect living inside her brain, clicking across her skull and pulling wires just for fun. Tears running down his face, he says that she told him that, but he didn't listen because he loved her so much. Collie asks again why Andrew made the characters up in his mind, and Andrew says that he made them up because he can't take knowing that Dolores killed their children, and really that he killed them because he didn't get her help. The tears continue as he repeats himself. "I killed them." Collie sits on the bed next to him and shares his fear candidly. They've broken through once before, 9 months ago, but then Andrew regressed. Andrew admits that he doesn't remember that, and setting a comforting hand on his back, Collie says that he knows. He says that Andrew resets like a tape on a loop. He's hoping that the work they've done can stop it, but he has to know that Andrew has finally accepted reality. Wiping his nose on the back of his sleeve, Andrew tells the doctor that he tried to help him even when no one else would. He sits up straight and tells Dr. Collie directly, "My name is Andrew Latis, and I murdered my wife in the spring of 52.
This is a lot to take in.
So much.
Like, I know we went through the whole thing with Teddy, and we're following him, and then we see as the nightmares and what's going on, the paranoia, the, like you said, T, the little hints here and there that we don't really fully pick up on. But this is a lot. Like hearing him say it, then it's like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And after so long, after this role play, after everything, it's acceptance.
Yes.
All of this happened. This is who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels like we are inching our way towards a very tragic closure.
Yeah. I just want to call for a little commotion for Mark Ruffalo's performance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you don't even realize it until you fully understand everything. He had said that all of his responses and looks, he wanted them to be a little strange, but not too over the top to tip the hand.
Yeah.
And Leonardo DiCaprio had said that he was concerned of how the film would play on a second viewing, because it's a completely different film.
Yeah.
It
And
is.
Scorsese had said that essentially it felt like directing 3 different films. It felt like directing the role play, the truth, and the reactions and players in the background. Because there is so much happening in the background, specifically with like the orderlies and the nurses and stuff, because they know.
Yeah.
And so look, like at the beginning, Dennis Lehane had said one of his favorite shots is how the guards are looking at them when they first get to Shutter Island, because it has this sense of like, oh, they're mad. They don't want us here, but they're scared because this is a patient that has hurt guards, just beat George Noyce within a fucking inch of his life. And you're letting him play out this fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
They're scared. They're uneasy. Some of them don't believe in this thing that they're doing. Like, it's so... It plays both ways, and it's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
The scene that I keep going back to in my mind, and especially on a rewatch, is the scene with Mrs. Kearns.
Yes.
Where so many moments and the things that she says are small little hints, but especially in the discussions of Dr. Sheehan and the way that, quote, Chuck, unquote, reacts to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so telling after the fact.
Well, because her eyes keep darting to him.
Yeah.
And then when she's like, he's not bad on the eyes, it shows Chuck being like, it's like, we're talking about you.
But on the first viewing, you're like, he's just laughing it off. Or
Well,
he's just,
because it's funny.
It's a reaction. But then later, it's,
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
And also in that scene specifically, when they show Mrs. Kearns head on, there's a guard behind her. When they show Teddy head on, there's a guard behind him. When they show Chuck head on, there's no guard behind him.
No.
He's not a patient.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's like there's so much subtlety there.
And like stuff like that, I didn't pick up on any of that because I'm too invested in what this dude's looking for.
Yeah.
Why he's here. Then he's asking these questions, and then more questions keep coming up. And then you don't even really pay attention, or at least I didn't anyway, because I'm too busy trying to figure out what's going to happen to this dude.
Exactly.
I'm frightened for him.
Yeah. Also, and Dennis Lehane said that this is the first clue in the book as well. Chuck having trouble taking his gun out of the holster.
Right.
Because he hasn't been a fucking U.S. Marshal for 4 years. He's a psychiatrist. He doesn't carry a gun on him.
Yeah.
And I think it also reveals a lot about the other characters, like Naring.
Yeah. Just fucking with him.
Absolutely. And it seems like he's this astute person that is gleaning all of this off of his first meeting with Teddy Daniels.
Yeah.
But it's him having 2 years worth of patient files and possibly interviews and,
yeah,
you know, all of the things that he says. It's just like, man,
No, he sucks.
Yeah.
And one last thing that I didn't mention, I saw on, I can't remember, I was looking and watching everything, but I saw that somebody had pointed out, and this could be chalked up whatever to, if the ferry is used exclusively for Ashcliff or whatever, but there are handcuffs hanging from the ceiling of the ferry in the room that Teddy is vomiting in at the very beginning.
Did not notice.
And they're in the foreground of the shot.
Unbelievable.
I never noticed that.
See, I noticed them, and the only reason that I wrote them off was because it's like, well, they have to transport prisoners to this island. So I was like, or patients or whatever.
Right.
But I never put it together that he was probably in those handcuffs till he woke up on the way back.
Yes.
Something that they had said, the visual effects team, I guess Scorsese, because the first shot of the film is the ship or the ferry coming through the clouds.
Yeah.
They had said that it's supposed to be indicative of like the cloud of dreams or fantasy.
Damn.
Okay.
And again, it's these subtle things that you wouldn't even think.
Yeah.
The ferry's just coming through the water.
Yeah.
Like that's all I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
and the motifs of water and fire. I read that they talked about fire being very symbolic of his fantasy world. That's why in the cave with Rachel too, none of that really happened. She didn't really exist. The fire is in between them. The fire is like in every single shot. Him, skewing this conversation with George Noyce and seeing Dolores, he's holding a match that whole time. I mean, if you go back and watch the movie, it tracks. Like water being a big issue for him, understandably, with him being sick on the ferry, him blocking out that cup that Mrs. Kearns is drinking out of. And even that moment, I'm thinking back on the ferry at the very beginning, when he is thinking back to Dolores putting that tie on him, we get a shot of the crashing waves and he sticks that freeze frame of her over it. Like, no. This is what it was. We were happy. That didn't happen. It's perfection. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one more thing that I didn't even think until watching it this last time. We're going to talk about it in 30 seconds.
All right.
Later, Andrew sits on the steps of the main building, overlooking the vibrant green yard that seems undamaged by such a monumental storm. Do you think that maybe that storm was not as bad as we were seeing it through Teddy's point of view?
Yeah.
When we talked about it, when it happened, it was so over the top and dramatic.
Yes.
Yeah.
So almost cartoonish with the way that they are missing these falling branches.
Yes.
The way that it bursts open whenever it reaches that point in their conversation. So yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if it was real at all, if it was just some rain. I mean, it's the way that this place looks.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but to your point that you had just said, rain is water.
Yeah.
So maybe it is perceived far worse than it is.
Yeah.
Because to him, it is this thing.
Okay.
I never noticed it until I was writing the script, and I was like, God damn, that grass is green. I was like, wait, it's been a day? Everything is fixed. The fence, it looks amazing. It looks like nothing ever happened. And there was so much damage the last time we were out here.
Yeah.
And if it is a role play, we do have to guide him to these points, to these places.
Yeah.
To give him reasons why he can't leave.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
I never thought of it until then, and I was like, huh, I wonder. But from a distance, Collie, Naring, and the warden watch him. Sheehan comes up, taking a seat on the stairs next to him, and when he offers Andrew a cigarette, he takes one and the two exchange niceties. Another thing, he never lit his own cigarette. He was never allowed to have fire until he stole it. He stole that book of matches.
Oh, that is true.
His cigarette was always lit for him.
The way that you had phrased that, stealing fire, it made me think of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods.
Oh.
Which made me think of Oppenheimer, the nitrogen bomb, which makes me think of Billings and the conversation that they had.
About the hydrogen bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
We got there.
There's stuff there.
But Sheehan takes his own cigarette before lighting them both. Andrew takes a drag and asks, so what's our next move? Sheehan responds, you tell me. And after a moment of consideration, Andrew does. We got to get off this rock, Chuck. Get back to the mainland. Whatever's going on here, it's bad. Sheehan hangs his head and turns toward the waiting doctors. He gives a subtle shake of his head and Collie's face falls, the hope drained from him. After a moment, he gives an order, inaudible to us, causing Naring to nod solemnly and the warden to call over someone with a suppressed smile. Dropping his voice to a whisper, Andrew tells Sheehan not to worry because they're not going to catch them. Sheehan agrees, reasoning that they're too smart for them, and Andrew agrees. Naring and the warden cross the lawn toward Andrew and Sheehan, and the orderly that accompanies him holds something long, metal, and sharp in a clean white towel. Andrew confesses that this place makes him wonder, which would be worse, to live as a monster or die as a good man? He and Sheehan lock eyes for a moment before Andrew averts his gaze. He stands, ready to face the approaching men, and when Sheehan calls after him, calling him Teddy, he ignores it. When Collie watches with a forlorn expression, Andrew looks back at him bravely before stepping in front of the men and leading the way, the orderlies, the warden, and Dr. Naring trailing behind him. The tense score begins to play as seagulls cry, circling the symbol and setting of Andrew's immediate doom, the lighthouse, standing statuesque and foreboding against the pastel sky. We cut to black and the credits roll as The Bitter Earth by Dinah Washington plays. So, what did you guys think of Shutter Island? One second though, real quick before we get into it.
Right on.
The way that I remembered this ending, and either I didn't get it or I just didn't remember it. Andrew regressed and he believes that he's Teddy. Watching it now, I'm like, oh no, he didn't. He knows exactly who he is. He would rather not know. He would rather be lobotomized than live in this reality that he can't deny anymore.
It's that last question.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the look on his face, his face, that's everything.
And you can see he is willingly going with them.
Yes.
As well.
He's leading the way.
I think my thing, I wondered for a while after watching it again, because I kind of had the same thought.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered, and my question, which is more tragic, that he fully regressed back into the role of Teddy Daniels, or that he is choosing?
To me, that he's choosing.
Yeah.
And I agree.
Yeah. It's devastating. And it hit me so hard. I was like, oh my God, because I flat out did not remember it ending that way. I thought that he regressed and they were like, all right, we failed. But no, that he decided. And a lot of people don't think that. A lot of people think that he did regress. And a lot of people think that he is Teddy Daniels.
That,
I don't know.
there's too much, I think.
I understand when you are in the shoes of an unreliable narrator, which I love. I really enjoy unreliable narrators. It is very difficult to kind of conceptualize what is really happening and what isn't, because we've watched this entire scenario through your eyes and very little of that actually happened.
Yeah.
I understand how it is kind of hard to reconcile once the dust settles. Well, what really did fucking happen? But that is fully what I think happened. And it is strange to me and a little surprising that so many people do think, oh no, they got him. They got him.
Yeah, I think I agree with what both of y'all said. I do think that he just didn't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I think him calling him Teddy and him not responding was him like, so he knows, that I'm this is an act. I can't do this no more. I don't want to.
It's devastating. I'm so sorry to keep putting y'all through these sad ass. But John Paul, your thoughts?
I really enjoyed this movie. It there were times when I was confused, and there are parts that are hard to watch, but I know that everything is there for a reason, and it's to tell the story and to get us through it, and for us to feel everything that they're trying to come through on the screen. And it works perfect. Everything is really good. Like I said, there are some things that are hard to watch for me. For me, I will say that I think that a lot of the time Chuck was in his head. I don't feel, but again, that's just the way I took it.
Right.
Like the water not being in her hand, for me, wasn't him being afraid. It was not happening because Chuck wasn't there to get her water, because he wasn't there. But again, like you saying that her flirting with him, he had to be there.
Right.
Her saying that he did have to be there.
But that's the thing. The way that the story is told, you're forced to question everything.
Yeah.
And I think that was my first theory. I know that you said it too, was that, oh, he's not real.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is, well, I was almost going to spoil another movie. We all know what movie I'm talking about.
But it is because there are certain parts too when he's looking for him and he's just gone. He's just flat out gone.
Yeah.
And like a second has passed. And then too, when he meets Rachel in the cave, I was like, oh my God, this is a real person. What, is he telling the truth or is he not? And then when it's like, oh no, that was fake. So who the fuck did you talk to? Was that cave a real cave? Did you really go down there? Mm-hmm. Were you on medication somewhere? What happened?
That's the thing too. It is like fantastic the way he is able to scale these cliffs, climb up to the, you know what I mean? It's very, and the fact that you get up there and this woman has all this authority to tell you all of these things and she's parroting back your theory.
Yeah.
I think a bit of a clue of that is what Colley said about Rachel 1.
Right.
Where he was saying that we're in her living room right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was also a bit of a clue of Andrew Laetus's mentality.
Yeah.
That we might seem to be here, but we're not here.
Right.
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be what the cave was. It's very possible that they were still in the facility.
Yeah.
Okay. But things like that, it did. I'm not that it hurt the movie for me at all, but it was kind of confusing. You know what I mean? Because we get the ending is very heavy. That whole last part of the movie is very fucking heavy. And it did make me kind of question some of the things that happened. And it was like, well, and I know, it's like, well, we can look past it because of how great everything else is. But if I'm being honest, it did confuse me a little bit in those instances because of that. Because it's like, we can write so many things off because of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, but come, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. You can't keep discounting one thing or another just because of what's happening in the story. But I mean, the story is great. You know what I mean? It's hard. I don't want to say it's hard to poke holes in it because it's full of holes. But I mean, it is very good at what they do. The movie, holy shit. You know what I mean? But I will stick to, I think that he knew what was going on at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he made that choice. And that was how we ended it. And it's very fucking sad.
Yeah.
And honestly, I will say, maybe not as far as them being in the facility for that portion, but because the warden did find him outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, even if he's just sitting in the woods,
yeah,
it's
still a possibility and it is through that lens of an unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
That it is almost in its own way like a get out of jail free card for any narrative confusion.
Right.
To say, well, look who we're perceiving this film through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it is kind of a smart tactic for a writer to allow for more strangeness and surrealism and nonsensical detours.
Right.
But I agree that this is just a very remarkable film. It is very well crafted in that it rewards you so much on that rewatch.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny to me that they were worried about certain things, but it does become that different film.
Yeah.
If Scorsese said that he felt like he was directing 3 different films, you are watching 3 different films.
Yeah.
Depending on how many times you've watched it.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that there is so much to be said about this film. What it captures as far as its tone and feeling, different genres, different eras of film. It does feel like a love letter to cinema, which a lot of Scorsese films feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it does capture that in that way, that it does feel like a Scorsese film that is so outside of his normal genres that he typically explores.
Yeah.
So it's just very interesting in that way, that it doesn't feel like a film that would come from him, but it does feel like a film that was crafted by him.
Yeah,
You
for
know?
sure.
Yeah.
But it really is, even with all the reverence for cinema, it is a thing that is so wholly its own.
Yeah.
And the story itself, the way that it is told, I think that it is interesting that there are so many different interpretations of that ending, like you said. But I think maybe the idea of him actually being Teddy Daniels is a more interesting thought experiment than it is, to me, a plausible ending for the film.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think that it really is one of two, to me.
Right.
And I just choose to believe what we had discussed before as far as it being him making this choice.
Yeah.
I think that's more satisfying narratively. It's more tragic, of course.
Yeah.
And it does feed into maybe what you wanted from this film. If it is this idea of a conspiracy, then maybe it is a more satisfying ending that he is Teddy Daniels.
Yeah.
But I just don't feel like that's the narrative that I gleaned from this experience.
Yeah, I agree. I always find it interesting the way that different people interpret and receive films, books, whatever. And I think that a lot of people don't like that rug being pulled out from under you feeling. I don't want to feel like you have lied to me for the past 2 hours about who this guy even fucking is. A lot of people don't like that. And so they're going to be like, no, that is him. They got him. Just like they were talking about in the mausoleum, which again, if that's what you want to take from it, I love that for you. I love getting the rug pulled out from under me. I love rewatching and being like, oh my God, that's why the nurse gave him fucking attitude. That's why she was sitting there with the syringe for him, because he lunged at fucking Peter Breen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because he kicked dude's ass
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. I feel like I've already gushed. I can't really say enough positive things. I mean, I did pick this for my birthday film because I do love it so much. Everything about it, the story that's being told, the direction, the acting, the sets, the CG, some of the stuff that they did with that is astounding. I can't believe that it's CG. Like I said, the performances, just the rewatchability factor, because truly you will find something different every time you watch it. Every character that you meet, McPherson's a really interesting one. He's a really interesting one because when I watched it, going through it, and then I was kind of watching pretty large chunks of it when John Paul was working on it as well. When they get in his car after leaving Collie's house, he goes, "Nice night." When I watched it the first time, it was nice night because of the rain. Mm-hmm. When I watched it again, nice night. Are you making conversation? Is it a nice night? Is this storm really fucking happening? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do McPherson, do you believe in what Collie is doing like he said? Or, you know what I mean? Are you just following the rules of, you got to hand over your gun? Oh, I've never seen a marshal's badge before. What is it? Do you believe in this or you don't? It's interesting. He's one I haven't fully figured out.
Right.
But it is interesting watching the orderlies, watching this war between Naring and Collie and understanding at a surface level what it means and then fully understanding what it means.
And to the point of the orderlies, a lot of their reactions whenever they're all being interviewed at once,
yeah,
it feels like a piecing together of some kind of conspiracy, but it could just simply be nerves.
Yeah.
We're having to perform this entire role play for this patient. What we say dictates what could happen next.
Yeah.
How we could take what we say.
Nerves or like exasperation. Why the fuck are we even doing this? We did it 9 months ago and it didn't fucking work. Yeah. Like a mix, I'm sure. And that's why Scorsese was like, just pretend, be as annoyed as you are right now. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's so, I can't say enough good things. If you've watched it once, go watch it again. It's a completely different fucking film. We can kind of slide into ratings as well because I am just going off the deep end here. I love this movie. I love it a lot. It's so tragic. It's so sad. I am a bleak bitch. I've said this before. Sometimes you just need that cry. By the time that the Bitter Earth hit in the credits, I was like, I am ruined. Like this, everything about this, it just hit. It's so devastating. It's so intriguing. I am a big fan. I don't know. I'm very interested in psychology and the history of psychology and psychiatry and how far we've come. That scratched that itch for me, kind of shining a light on how barbaric things used to be and how far we've come in understanding the human mind. Their technical advisor, his career and his achievements. It's got everything for me. It really, really does. And I love a twist.
Right.
And this was a twisty twist that kept twisting.
Yeah, this was good.
It was. Like, calm down. Yeah. But no, again, like I said, I can't say enough good. And I think, like we had talked about last week with there kind of being this built-in, you thought that was cheesy? Yeah, it was supposed to be on Night of the Creeps. Very much this. Oh, that part didn't make any sense. Yeah, well, Teddy Andrew doesn't make sense. This reality that he's cultivated for himself is unraveling. That was the whole point. Play it out and see how it doesn't make any fucking sense. That was the whole point. Mm-hmm. So yeah, no matter what criticism you throw at me, I'm going to be like, well, duh. Like, we did that on purpose. And I love Scorsese and I'm so excited that we got to cover him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I will put a button on this, and on a scale from 1 to 10, radically repressed realities, I know this is going to come as a great surprise, but I am giving Shutter Island 10 out of 10 radically repressed realities. It's one of those films that I could watch and talk about for 5 hours after. It's just incredible, and thank everyone for indulging me as a birthday treat. And I will now open up the floor to you.
No, I agree with everything that we've already kind of said and gone over. I don't know if I can go that high because I am not a bleak bitch. I'm a B horror whore. So
Right.
it's that I loved every single thing about this movie. And I know it's going to sound funny and I don't mean it in a bad way, but the end is really good and it all plays out perfectly, but it's very, very hard to watch. It's very, very hard to watch. And I would be lying if I said that it didn't hurt it just a little bit, because I do understand the rewatchability and I get it, and I know. I'm sure if I watch it again, I will see all those things again, like both of you guys were saying. But it is still gonna get to that point where I have to live through the ending again, and it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. But again, like the technical stuff, T, like you were talking about, and everything that like the things they did look fucking fantastic in this movie. The water, that one part was, we could see,
well, because he's not in his right mind.
And the car ride up there, there's a spot where you can tell they're sitting in a car. But I mean, again, it all plays to the, I don't know if fantasy is the right word, but of what's going on here. Everything that's going on, again, we don't know what's real. We don't know what is not. And I feel like even those moments, like I said, when he's running up the stairs at the end, we get that quick little, everything looks like it's spinning really quick around him while he's going. Even that, it keeps you in the moment and you are curious and want to know more. I want to know, is he really a marshal? Oh no, are you really this dude? What the fuck's happening? And it does give you that want to go back. I know that me saying that the ending is it, but it really does. It's just like, oh, I don't want to be punched in the face again. But again, watch the movie. If you've never seen it, watch it. Do know that it's a little rough at points, but god damn, was this a good movie. Holy shit. I remember seeing it the once and I told your sister, I was like, man, this was great. But then when we watched it for the show, I was like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I said, I don't remember shit. I don't remember anything. Like, there was a couple of times when I would watch it and I was like, oh man, oh no, I don't. I was like, my mind was like, I think I've seen this before, but nothing about this movie that I remembered, and I don't know how. Maybe I'm not really Teddy. I mean, but for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, radically repressed realities, I'm going to give Shutter Island a 9 out of 10. Just like I said, I will watch it again. I just don't want to relive the tough parts because it is very hardcore.
No, it's very tough. It's very emotional.
Yeah.
It's very heart-wrenching, distressing,
yes,
and difficult. And I feel like, as well, the same with evoking such horrific historical imagery.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it also plays into that as well, of this trauma that this man has suffered in his life.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable how much. And you see what Rachel too said in the cave about pointing to one event, but for Andrew Latis, it is many events.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tough. But I feel like I would really just be repeating what's been mentioned before. A couple of things that I do want to highlight, which I really appreciated, were the selections of music in this film. I meant to mention, I think Robbie Robertson actually passed away last year.
Oh.
And he got to work on Killers of the Flower Moon with Scorsese, and it was their last project together after decades.
Okay.
But his work is remarkable. Scorsese, of course, the master.
Yeah.
And I just feel like everything that was created and crafted technically through cinematography, the lighting, the shadows, the way that the camera moves, such isolating and claustrophobic moments at times that conveys so much. What Mrs. Kearns was feeling in that scene, how everything closes in on Teddy towards the end, that sequence with the lighthouse,
Yeah.
the firing of that gun, the reality breaking through the hallucination. Like, it's so much, and so much is conveyed through just the way that it's shot and edited and put together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The work that they did on that abandoned medical facility to turn it into what they turned it into. There is so much work. That costume design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just all so remarkable. The performances. I think that for me, any issue that I have with the film, I think it is overshadowed by this incredible, how difficult it is to pull off a twist, one, to pull off several twists, two,
Yeah.
and to create this rewarding experience where it does have this completely different feel when you rewatch it.
Yeah.
That is not something that is done easily, and it's not something that is done often.
Yeah. Not well.
No.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I had a score after I finished watching it the first time, which was really like the second or third time in my life. But the more I watch it, every single time I watch it, I come away with it with more appreciation for it.
Yeah.
And so I think for me, I had a score, but I've only increased it since we've chatted about it even more. And I think for me, out of 10 radically repressed realities, I am going to have to give Shutter Island 10 radically repressed realities out of 10.
Nice.
Very good. Very good.
And I do want to ask Mr. Scorsese, please. I would love a creature feature.
Ooh.
That's what I want. Because you saying that, you're right. Everything he does is like fantastic. Everything is magnificent. Please, if you hear this somehow, I would love a creature feature.
I would love anything that he wants to make.
Yeah,
Well,
honestly.
I bet he would fucking have fun and great with that.
Yeah.
Well, I follow him on Letterboxd, so
No, that,
maybe.
Well,
Put in the word.
you're the contact. Right?
Yes. And happy birthday, Nay.
Oh, thank
Yeah, happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Shutter Island, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at Blood and Smoke, at RealStreeter84, and at TravisMWH. Thank you again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, when trauma wounds, the decision whether to heal or let it fester is ours alone. Potion or poison, there is nothing more powerful than our own minds. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Nagari, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montavo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Triss Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori81 Barikwa, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felned63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith,
Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skink Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit, Sam J. Green, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Zoe Marie, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Daniel Dickerson, Jordan Gaddis, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, King Roger, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, and Danielle Wright. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
We truly appreciate you all for giving us the opportunity to play out our fantasy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Doing this.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Podcasting.
Until next time.